tydens die hele voorval en is ook 'n getuie tot wat plaasgevind het in die kantoor.
The interpreter was also present during the proceedings and is also a witness with regards to what happened in the office. Utolika-ke naye-ke wayekhona-ke lapho futhi-ke ufakazi-ke mayelana nalokho okwenzeka ehhovisi.
Ma'am, I said let us just start with Dominic Nchiako. My question still stands. What you discuss, forget about the deponent. What you discuss between yourself and Dominic cannot be confirmed at this moment. Is that correct?
Ek het die vraag reeds geantwoord. Ek staan by.
I have already answered the question. I maintain that which I have already said. Senguphenduleke lo mbuzo njengobuza ushobo ukuthi okuwakhulunywa yimina-ke noDominic asikho isiqinisekiso sawo. Sengiphenduleke kulo mbuzo.
And I'll further.
Sorry, Mr. Mgomezulu.
Sorry.
This witness adds a rider that the interpreter was present when this discussion happened. Are you saying that, ma'am?
Dis korrek.
Yeah, that's the rider she adds.
My Lord, I'll come to the evidence of an interpreter.
No, fine.
The
but I'm just
important-
saying the witness adds a rider. You see the problem here, she's testifying in Afrikaans. And die hof is magtig in Afrikaans. So that rider was not interpreted.
No, I did, my lord.
No, you interpreted it the first time. Are you with me? But when she says end, the talk was daar so.
I did just now, my
Okay,
lord.
fine, sorry.
Okay.
No problem.
So, to your knowledge, you are not sure if, okay, let me just put it this way. Let's get into, I'll just sum up my questions in relation to Mr. Nchiako by saying, other than a confirmation by the interpreter, there's nothing that you can confirm that Mr. Nchiako was present on that particular day.
Die kliënt kan dit bevestig.
Your client can confirm that. Njengoba uthi-ke ngaphandle kotolika akukho kunye okungaqinisekisaka ukuthi uNjako ekhona, lona ommeleke angakuqinisekisa.
It's my instruction that he was not represented on that day, and he does not even know Mr. Nchiako. It's my instruction. That's why I'm still insisting on the right to legal representation.
As dit u instruksie is, dan vertel u kliënt nie vir u die waarheid nie.
If that is your instruction, then your client is not telling you the truth. Ukuma kungaba-ke lokho uthi-ke lona ommele ukutshela lokho-ke ukuthi wayengamelwe ngaleliya langa kusho ukuthi akakutsheli iqiniso.
All right. If that is so, he's not telling me the truth. I just want to establish, because you said you have done not less than 50 confessions in your experience. Do you still confirm that?
Dis korrek.
That is correct. Yebo bengishilo ukuthi angisengiwenzile ama-confessions awekho-ke ngaphansi ko-50.
When you're taking a confession in the presence of a legal practitioner, what is the role of the practitioner? Is it passive or active? The role of the attorney when you're taking a confession. Is it passive or active?
Ten opsigte van 'n konfessie behoort dit nie te wees in 'n mate dat die prokureur vir die beskuldigde vir die deposant voorsê of voorskryf wat hy moet sê nie, maar kan wel adviseer en bystaan.
With regards to a confession, it is not necessary that the lawyer or the attorney would inform the person as to what it is to say, or in other words, lead the person into what to say, but would, advise the person and also be there or represent the person. ngokumayela naye ke ummeli akusukuthi ke uma ekhona ummeli lapho ukuthi kufanele amtshele loyo ahamba naye noma amele ukuthi yini kufanele ayisho ukhona nje ukuthi ameluleke nokuthi ke amxhaseke noma ke amsupport ukuthi abe ngobukhona bakhe lapho.
According to
Ek gaan nie voort met enige bekentenis alvorens ek nie vasgestel het of beide partye teenwoordig ten opsigte van die verklaarder en die prokureur behoorlik met mekaar gekonsulteer het nie.
I do not
En vind ek dit uiters vreemd dat
I do not proceed or I do not go ahead with taking off a statement, whether it's a confession or a statement, without confirming or making sure that both parties had properly consulted, that is now with the person, the deponent as well as the lawyer. Angiqhubekeki noma ngiyiphambili ke ngokuthi ke ngistarte ke statement ngingenaso isiqiniseko sokuthi laba bantu bakhulumisene lokho kubizwa ngokuthi uconsulta ummeli kanye futhi naye ke lona ammele.
I understand that.
She's not finished yet. It's not finished yet.
Sorry?
She wasn't finished yet. Just ask her to stop because I didn't want it to be long.
Okay, sorry, beg your pardon, sir.
en vind ek dit vreemd dat die deposant in hierdie bekentenis enigstens andersins sou beweer.
And I find it very strange that the deponent in this case or in this instance would then now mention it or say it differently or otherwise. Futhi ke kuyinto manje ke engimangazayo ke ukuthi lona ke engangikhulumisana naye lana ke manje akhulume okuhlukile noma akhulume enye into.
I'm glad that you mentioned the interpreter. But what I want to establish from you, the person who was going to take a confession, is that did you afford them an opportunity to consult prior to the taking of a
Meneer, u
confession?
het die band geluister. U weet dit is gedoen. U weet beide partye het my meegedeel dat hulle klaar gekonsulteer het.
Okay, what next one? Sir, you listened to the record. You know very well that both parties informed me that they did that. Ulalelile irecord uyakwazi futhi ukuthi bobabilike bangitshelile ukuthi lokho bebesebekwenzile.
So die antwoord op u vraag is net kort en kragtig. Dit is gedoen.
And so the answer to your question is short and sweet. It was done. Impendulo kumbuzo wakho umfushane nje ukuthi kwenziwa lokho noma makwenza lokho.
Ma'am, I just want us to be in the same page when I'm asking questions. For your information, that tape recording has not been accepted in this court. We can't rely on it. Do you agree? Do you know that?
Ek neem nou kennis van wat u sê. Die staatsadvokaat het ook vir my gesê toe ek geroep is.
I'm taking note of what you say now, and the prosecutor also informed me when I was called. Ngiyakuzwa ke manje njengoba ungitshela ke ukuthi recording leyo ke asiyona ingxenye yobufakazi nomshushisi ungitshelile.
I just want to establish the presence of a legal practitioner.
Dis reeds geantwoord, meneer. Daar was een teenwoordig. Sy besonderhede is neergeskryf en sy fidelity van sertifikaatnommer is neergeskryf. So hy behoort opspoorbaar te wees.
I've already answered the question, sir. His particulars or his details are written there, as well as a fidelity funds is also a number is also written there. So that means that he's traceable or he can be traced. Maila.
Sorry.
Maila ke mininingwane yommeli ibhaliwe lapha ya. Inamba yakhe ke ye-fidelity fund ibhaliwe okusho ukuthi ke umefuneka angatholakala.
All that was done in the presence of an interpreter.
Dis korrek.
That is correct. Konke lokho kwenziwa utolike khona.
Between the deponent and his attorney, who initiated in the taking of a confession, was it the deponent or his attorney?
Die verklaarder.
The deponent.
Thank you.
Umuntu ke owayeqala phakathi kommeli kanye naye ke loyo owanikeza ke statement umuntu ke owayekhuluma ke noma ke owaqala ke inkulumo kwakuyena ke lo owayenikeza ngestatement.
As I've maintained that that will be the version, but I can't repeat the version of accused number 2. Let's get into the presence of the people that were in room 2 before you took the confession. It's your evidence that you went to the other room where you collected the pro forma. You agree?
Ek het uitgestap om na die senior landroos toe te gaan. Ek het haar in die gang gekry en sy het vir my die papier voorsien en ek is terug in die kantoor.
I went out on my way to the senior magistrate. I then met her, found her in the passage. She then provided me with the documents. I then went back to the office. Ngaphuma ke ngenjongo yokuthi ngiya kuyena ke ophethe omanje noma imanje ngahlangana naye ke lapho epassage wasenginikeza ke amaphepha ngabuyela kulela office engangikulona.
So we need clarity. I think the court will need clarity in terms of the pro forma, the pro forma that you were given by Mrs. Du Plessis. Is it a statutory form or just a guideline?
Dit is net 'n leiding. Dit is nie 'n statutêre vorm nie, voorgeskrewe vorm nie.
It's not a prescribed form, a statutory form. It is just a guideline. Akusona ke iform ungathi iform njena ke lena anginikeza yona noma amaphepha anginikeza wona akuchazelayo ke nje noma ke ayinkomba ukuthi yini ekufanele uyenze.
For the benefit of the public, can you explain what is a statutory form?
Voorgeskrewe vorm.
It's a prescribed form. Uma ukhuluma ke nge-statutory form, iform ke leyo engathi ke iyona ke kufanele isetshenziswe.
Do you agree with me that a statutory form is more reliable than a guideline or a pro forma form that you completed on that day?
Dit mag so wees, maar ek weet nie van 'n bekende statutêre voorgeskrewe vorm nie.
It might be the case, but I don't know of a statutory form or a confession statutory form. Ungenzeka ke lokho khulumayo ke ukuthi ke yona ke statutory form yona ke mhlambe inikeza okuningi ke kodwa angiyazi ke leyo form leyo noma ekuyiyona ekubizwa ngokuthi statutory form uma noma kwenziwa yona i-confession.
In essence, a statutory form will contain all the prerequisites of a particular provision, particularly section 217. Do you agree with that?
Ek weet nie wat se vorm u na verwys nie.
I don't know which form are you referring to. The form okhuluma ngayo angiyazi.
As dit 'n voorgeskrewe vorm is, dan behoort die persone wat dit opgestel het daaraan te voldoen, aan wetgewing te voldoen.
If it is a prescribed form, then it means that the people that is now, or the legislature, or the people that came up with the document, then need to, in other words, to meet those requirements.
Dit bly nog steeds die plig van die landdros of die persoon wat die bekentenis afneem.
It is still the duty, but it still remains the duty of the magistrate or the person taking down the confession.
Om seker te maak dat die vrae wat gevra word sodanig is dat dit baie duidelik is dat hierdie formaliteitsvereistes aan voldoen is.
That the questions that are asked, or the questions that are contained in there, that those questions then meet the requirements or the needed requirements.
Indien die vorm wat voorgehou word. Ekskuus, ek verstaan nie die beweging wat jy maak met jou hand.
I don't understand this movement you're making with your hand.
No.
Dit is, ekskuus agbare, dit is, your lordship, it is baie distracting.
It's distracting, my lord.
I believe if it's distracting, I'm sorry for that. But there's another way that I'm using my hands to rethink or to connect in terms of my reasoning. Do you understand?
Ek verstaan, maar ek sal waardeer as u dit nie doen nie, want dit is nou die eerste keer wat u dit doen vandat u my vrae vra.
I understand, but I would request that you don't do it again, because it's the first time you're doing it since you started asking me questions.
All right. Let's just do like
Laat ek
this.
net teruggaan na die antwoord toe. Ten opsigte van die vorm waarop u gevra het, die Romeo vorm, dis nie 'n statutêre vorm nie.
With regards
Hierdie
to,
Revenue vorm voldoen egter wel aan die bepalings wat vereis word in terme van artikel 217 en bevat genoeg inligting myns insiens om die voorvereistes vir 'n bekentenis aan te voldoen.
kan jy dit asseblief sin vir sin van die man? Ek het nou sekere lyne gemis. Kan jy weer van onder begin linker? Jy sê die vorm?
Die statutêre vorm waarvan u praat, is ek onbewus van.
The statutory form that you are referring to, I'm not familiar with. Yeah.
Die betrokke vorm wat hier voor hierdie hof is, het voldoende vrae wat gevra word aan 'n deposant.
This form that is before this court, they've got enough questions or the required questions which are the requirements of this form
Om te voldoen aan die voorvereistes soos gestel is.
as per the requirements.
Maar sou ek voorsien gewees het van 'n vorm wat nie daaraan voldoen het nie, dan sou ek dit moes neerskryf, enige verdere vrae, sodat ek daaraan kon voldoen.
And if I was then provided with a form that did not meet those requirements or have enough those questions, I would then have added questions to make sure that it meets the requirements.
Thank you. Can it be interpreted?
Iform ongibuza ngayo okoqala ke noma iphepha lelo ngibuza ngalo ke angilazi. Mina ke ngiphendula ngaleli eliphambi kwami ukuthi yilona ke elinale mibuzo ke eyanele noma efanele ukuthi iyona ebuzwayo. Uma kuwukuthi nganginikezwe enye ke iform kube ukuthi ke ayinayo ke imibuzo eyanele, ngabe ngizokwengeza ke eminye ukwenza ke isiqiniseko sokuthi ngempela ke yonke le ekufanele ukuthi ibuziwe ikhona noma futhi yebo ngempela ibuziwe.
All right. To qualify that question or that answer, can you show me in that form a paragraph where a requirement of freely and voluntarily, a statement must be made freely and voluntarily as prescribed by section 217.
Sorry, Mr. Mngamazi. Do you have a form which has those requirements to show to the witness? Because this witness is not a lay person. She's an attorney, she's a magistrate, she knows what is section 217. And according to her, 50 confession statements in the past, she has handled them. But now, wait, Mr. Mngamazi, let's be fair to the witness. You talk about a form which you say it has the requirements which you are saying it codes 217. Show the witness that.
My Lord, if you understood me, I said, what is the difference between a statutory form and that pro forma form?
Yeah, she says the prescribed form.
She gave a distinction. I said, according to this form, I never said I have a statutory form that prescribes this. I said, according to this pro forma form, does it constitute freely and voluntary as required by section 217? That's all what I want from her to tell me, that is it contained in that pro forma, freely and voluntarily.
Die woord ongedwonge en vrywillig, daai spesifieke bewoording verskyn nie hierin nie. Maar as u die vrae lees en u volg die vrae en u sien hoe dit gevra is en saamgestel is en dat dit wel gevra is aan die deposant, dan is dit die prerogatief of dit is die voorsittende beampte, in hierdie geval myself, wat myself vergewis het daarvan dat hierdie bekentenis wel vrywillig en ongedwonge afgelê is.
Those specific words that you are asking me about are not contained in this form. But if you look at the questions, how the questions are being asked, how the questions are being written down, and you would then myself as the magistrate then have to satisfy myself that indeed this statement or the confession, it is indeed made freely and voluntarily. Imibuzo ke leyo ongibuza ngayo noma amagama lawo amabili ongibuza ngawo lana ke kulena iform awekho ukuthi ke ngokukhululekile okuphuma kuyena, kodwa uma ubheka imibuzo lena ke indlela ekangayo ebhalwe ngayo ebuzwa ngayo, mina ke nanjengemanje kufanele ngize nezeke ukuthi ngempela ke lokhu akukhulumayo noma lokhu akushoyo kuphuma kuyena akaphoqiwe.
Een baie goeie vraag wat hier saamgestel is op bladsy 6.
One very good question that has been compiled here on page
Basis
6.
in 'n neutedop. U vraag antwoord is uitgesit in die vraag wat lees en ek haal aan.
Yes, for which in a nutshell answers the very same question that you are asking, and I quote,
You have now told me that you were not influenced, encouraged, assaulted or threatened to make the statement, and that no promises were made to you in order to persuade you to do so. I wish to once again ask you to take me into your confidence and tell me if in your opinion anything irregular has been said or done to influence you to make this statement. I undertake to ensure that your allegations are immediately and properly followed up and attended to. En die antwoord no, nothing of that sort. So, daar was 'n lyn van vrae wat tot op hierdie punt gekom het. In lig van die lyn van daai vrae en hierdie vraag het ek myself tevrede gestel as 'n landros dat hierdie bekentenis wat hy van voorneme was om te maak, wel vrywillig en ongedwonge gemaak sou word.
There was a line of questions that was put, and which then eventually led to the question that is the witness now just read. And as a result of that, I then, as the magistrate, satisfied myself that the statement or the confession that it was made freely and voluntarily. Kunombuzo ke lana obhaliwe athi ke iwona ke uma uphendula ke noma uphendula ke lokhu okubuzwa uyena ummeli ukuthi manje ke usungitshelile ke ukuthi akekho okugqugquzelile, akekho okushayile, akekho okusabisile ukuthi wenze sona lesi statement, nokuthi azikho izithembiso ezenziwe kuwena ukukushintsha ke umcabango ukuthi uze uzokhuluma la. Ngifisa ke manje futhi ukuthi ke wena ke ngifisa ukucela ukuthi ungethembeke futhi ke usho ukuthi ngovo lwakho ingaba khona yini ongahambanga kahle noma ongahambi kahle okushiwo kuwena noma okwenziwe kuwena ukuthi uzokwenza lesi statement. Ngiyaqinisekisa ke ukuthi insolo zakho zizothi ke zinakwe. Wase ephendula ke ethi cha akukho okukanjalo.
Thank you.
Ek wil dit net regstel. Want ek sien dit het bietjie verlore gegaan in die tolkwerk. Dit is ten opsigte van die verklaring, die bekentenis wat gemaak sou word.
Okay,
nie wat al reeds gemaak is nie.
I just
wat gemaak sou word.
I just want to just rectify this, and I see that it got lost in translation. And just before I get on, my lord, I did request the witness. She makes very long statement, so it is possible that it might get lost. So can you hear that?
Yeah.
That in the statement that was about to be made, not already made.
Mrs. Cronje, I believe from what you were reading, it's the wording of a particular paragraph, which as a magistrate, you think it meets the requirement.
Meneer, ek het by vergewis dat hierdie verklaring, die bekentenis wat hy wou maak, vrywillig was gebaseer op die antwoorde wat hy gegee het.
Sir, I certified myself that this statement or this confession that he intended making was freely and voluntarily based on the answers that he provided me with. ngaze nezake mina ukuthi statement lesike awayefisa ukusenza noma awayezosenza ukuthi wayezosenza ngokuphuma kuyena ngeimpendulo ayinginikeza zona.
According, I will maintain on the wording of the paragraph. It was already a prepared wording which you read to the deponent. It's not something that is coming from the deponent to mean freely. He was answering something that has already been prepared.
Advokaat, met alle respek, dis nie die enigste vraag wat gevra is om tot daai gevolgtrekking te kom nie. Ek het die vraag geantwoord en ek volstaan by my antwoord.
Advocate, with due respect, that is not the only question that was asked or that was put to him with regards to that. I've already provided my answer and I still maintain it. Akusiwona-ke wodwa lo mbuzo engiqeda ufunda manje owabuzwa nokuyena-ke ngokumayelana nalokho-ke impendulo sengikunikezile futhi ngimileke kuleyo mpendulo engikunike yona.
U vra vir my of ek daar in hierdie pertinente vorm die woorde basies het van het u die of is u van voorneme om hierdie verklaring vrywillig en ongedwonge te maak. Woorde tot daai effek. Hierdie vorm het dit nie. Ek is ook nie bewus van 'n statutêre vorm wat dit het.
Okay. You specifically asked me with regards to the words freely and voluntarily. And this particular form doesn't contain or have those words. And I know of no statutory form that contains those words, or those two words. Ungibuzileke mayelana nalamagama amabili ngokukhululekile nokuthi futhi ke awuphoqiwe awekho lawo magama lana ayikho neform futhi engiyaziyo enawo.
And I would actually appreciate to answer me as a witness, not as a magistrate. As a witness that has been sworn in. My question is...
Mr. Mgumezo, she's a magistrate.
Yes. My Lord, that cannot change.
You're saying she must answer you not as a magistrate. She is a magistrate.
She is a magistrate,
Yes.
my Lord. That cannot change.
Yeah, that's
But she must... I'll make an example of Nelson Mandela, my Lord. He was a witness in the matter of Louis Late. He has never been addressed as a president of the country at that time. There must be a distinction between your position and as being sworn in as a witness.
Yeah.
Hence,
Sorry, you may have a point.
she can easily say, advocate. I mean, she's inviting me to draw such conclusions.
No.
As I'm requesting the court for the protection of this witness, as the duty of the court. She must understand that where she is seated, she is a witness.
Yes.
The evidence that she's going to, I'm talking about parole evidence here. That's the oral evidence that you are giving. What you did outside is an extrinsic evidence. We are trying to follow the extrinsic evidence whether you complied with it. You are the witness to say that. Hence, if I'm saying get into the answers, the wording, let's look at paragraph 1A, for instance. Can you please read it for me?
I inform the deponent that I am a magistrate.
Thank you. Stop there. Thank you. I just want to go through the wording.
Mazisileke loyo oyephambi kwami ukuthi ngiyimantshi.
What were you expecting from the deponent if you, that forms tell the deponent that you are the magistrate? What does it say?
Meneer,
Was it necessary for that form to say, I'm the magistrate?
Natuurlik moet die man weet vir wie hy verskyn. Hy behoort te weet in watter omstandighede hy hom bevind, waarheen hy gevat is, voor wie hy verskyn, met wie hy praat.
Yes, of course he had to know before whom was he appearing, the circumstances under which he was or he found himself in. Bakumele ukuthi azike ukuthi uphambi kobani ukuthi futhi nesimo ke ayengaphansi kwaso.
The introduction in the presence of an attorney, your introduction in the presence of the attorney, was that not sufficient enough for him to believe that you are a magistrate?
Meneer, op daai stadium het ek nog nie vir enige iemand gesê dat ek 'n landros is nie. Niemand sou geweet het dat ek 'n landros is nie. Ek het nie 'n toga aan nie. Ek's in siviele drag en ek's in 'n kantoor.
At that stage, sir, I hadn't informed anyone that I was a magistrate. No one knew. I wasn't wearing my gown or my robe, and I was in my civilian clothing, and I was in an office.
That
Ngaleso
means-
sikhathi leso ke akekho umuntu engangimtshelile ukuthi ngiyimantshi, ngangagqokile ke igown noma irobe yami yokuthi ngiyimantshi, ngigqoke nje ingubo zami ke futhi ngisehhovisi.
Hierdie man het gevra om na 'n hof toe gevat te word. Hy word in 'n kantoor ingevat met 'n persoon met siviele drag.
This gentleman requested to go to court, or this gentleman requested to be taken to court. He is then taken into an office with a person who is in civilian clothing.
Can we-
Umuntu lona wacela ukuthi athathwe asiwe enkantolo.
Can we
Usuyang-
not? Sorry, sir.
Usuyangena ke manje ungena kwihhovisi elinomuntu oyigqokele nje ingubo zakhe.
I'm asking you, Mrs. Cronje, do not involve or say something that is not asked. My question is, before you completed, there are particulars of the deponent on top there, which you got from either the lawyer or the deponent or the investigating officer. Do you understand?
Ja, ek verstaan wat jy sê.
Yes, I understand what you say.
My question is it, according to the paragraph 1A, was it necessary to mention that you are a magistrate?
Natuurlijk.
Does that not
Of course.
constitute inducement?
Nee.
No.
I'll leave it for argument. My submission and I'll put it to you that pro forma on its own, it has on a face value of it. We call it a patent defect. It has an element of inducement. If you say I'm a magistrate, that means already you sway the impulse of the deponent. Do you agree?
Nee.
No.
Thank you. I'll leave it for argument. Proceed. I'll stop you wherever I want you to stop. Proceed with that paragraph. You said I'm the magistrate, comma.
And I'm not in any way involved in the
Thank you.
investigation.
Thank
Futhi ke
you.
angisiyona ke ingxenye yophenyo.
He did not ask. You are telling him. You are making him comfortable, according to, am I right? I'm a magistrate. I'm not involved in the investigation. You are making the deponent comfortable. Is that not so?
Dit sal die effek hê.
That will have that effect. Yes. Yebo ke lokho ukuthi ngimtshela ukuthi angisiyona magistrate, asole ngiyi-magistrate futhi ke angisiyona ingxenye yophenyo. Into ke leyo engamenza ke ukuthi ke naye ke abesena eyakhululekala.
Hy het ook 'n reg om te weet hoekom hy daar is.
He also has a right. Sorry.
Waar ek inpas.
Also had a right to know as to why he was there and where do I fit in.
You don't
Futhi
answer-
wayenelungelo lokwazi ke ukuthi ngiyubani mina ke nokuthi kungani elaphayana nokuthi mina ke ngihlanganiswa yini nalokho.
Don't get emotional, ma'am. Answer my question as I ask you. Because I followed the logic. If you say I made him comfortable, I'm satisfied. There's a next question to follow. Do you understand?
I don't know what is the basis for saying the witness is getting emotional. I think if my learned friend can just confine himself just to asking questions without taking the witness.
My Lord, when I'm asking the question from the witness and tends to say things which do not relate to my question, as it has been indicated that is a magistrate, he is actually getting out of the scope of the profession. Hence, I just want to confine the magistrate or the witness, not the magistrate, the witness on the line of questioning, because I've got the reason to stick on that paragraph 1A.
Sorry, Mr. Gomezul, I don't wish to interfere. Doesn't Section 217 speak of a magistrate who can take a confession?
It speaks about the magistrate.
Yes.
That's
and
correct.
she is approached by her senior, Mrs. Duplessis, as a magistrate to go and take a confession. It's just egregious that she happens to be a witness, but she is also a magistrate. And she, when she was told, asked or requested by Mrs. Duplessis to take a confession, she was being instructed to do or requested to do so as a magistrate, as stipulated in Section 217 of the Constitution.
Thank you.
I mean, of the Criminal Procedure Act.
May I clarify that?
Yes, okay.
The reason why I want to clarify is because we are running away from the element of inducement. A provision specifically say it must be made before the magistrate. It does not introduce the magistrate to the taking of the confession. I'm not sure if you understand,
No, I
but
don't.
I said I
don't.
want to leave it for argument.
Yeah.
May I repeat what
don't.
I was submitting before the
Yes.
Lordship?
Yeah, okay.
My Lordship is that Section 217 says it must be taken, is directing us that such a particular confession must be taken by a magistrate.
Yes.
But now, you are the magistrate, you've got the forms from Mrs. Duplessis, everyone, especially in the presence of an attorney. She should have actually introduced herself to say, I'm the attorney, I'm the magistrate who's coming to take a confession. I was told that I must come and assist in the taking of a confession. Now, my concern is about the patent defect that is on that pro forma. Because
Okay.
when you introduce yourself in a statement where he must freely make a statement, there's no point that she was supposed to say, I'm a magistrate.
What should she have said?
A statement,
According to you.
according to me, a statement must have been narrated immediately to say, on this particular day, this is what I've done.
No, the question, no. What would you have said? Because you say she was not supposed to have said, I am a magistrate. Now I'm just inquiring, what should she have said?
Meaning, my Lord, must I correct the pro forma according to the...
No, I'm just asking you because you're saying...
My Lord, I've never conducted a confession, and I'm not empowered by any law to do it. So I cannot think of a word that I can use when I'm taking a confession. I'm a lay person when it comes to that. A person with 50 years confessions that she has made, they don't see the element of inducement in that paragraph A. Because all that the deponent was going to say is because he believed, and I'm not done with that paragraph. May I still proceed with that paragraph? Can we continue to read that paragraph, ma'am?
That I do not work with the police or any other person in this case, and that he can speak freely and without fear in my presence.
Nokuthi ke angisebenzi namaphoyisa noma ke imuphi omunye umuntu kuleli cala leli nokuthi ke angakhuluma ke ngokukhululekile angesabi ngikhona.
Thank you. The wording, you can speak. Do you agree that is not coming from the deponent?
I've never claimed that it came from him.
Angikaze ngisho ukuthi leli gama ke ukuthi ungakhuluma ukuthi libuya kuyena.
But you directed, in terms of that wording, you directed the deponent to speak because you told him that you are not a police officer, you are not part of the investigation, you are a magistrate. But you further say you can Do you understand what I'm saying?
He had a choice to speak or not to speak. It was his choice.
ukuthi ke akhulume angakhulumi kwakukuyena lokho.
So what is the next? What was the answer given by the deponent today? It's handwritten, if I'm not mistaken. After that paragraph, after paragraph 1A.
There is no answer given by the deponent at that point in time because I continued to explain to him paragraph B and C before I asked him if he understood the explanation.
Ayikho ke impendulo awayinikeza ke ngaleso sikhathi leso ke ngoba ngaqhubeka ke ngayo paragraph C B kanye no paragraph C ngaphambili kokuthi ngimbuze ke ingabe uyezwa ke lokhu engiqeda ukuchaza.
Let's hear what paragraph B says.
You also informed that if necessary you will be afforded protection against any irregularities.
Thank you, stop there. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Futhi nokuthi atshelwe ke noma ke watshelwa ke ukuthi uma isidingo sikhona ke uzovikelwa noma uzonikezwa ukuvikeleka kuko nakuphi ke okungahambi kahle.
Is that not a promise? Is that not a promise? I'm asking, is that not a promise?
It may be construed as a promise that he needs to, if he feels threatened, that arrangements will be made for his
I'm
protection.
still there, ma'am. Don't go further than that. I ask you
Do
to
you want me
stop.
do you want me to interpret for your client, sir?
No, I wanted to stop.
But she still I need to interpret what she says. It's for your client, sir. Please allow me to. Lana ke ungasho ke ungachaza lokho ukuthi yebo isona isithembiso lesi ngokuthi uyatshelwa ke uma kuukuthi uzizwa ngathi ke ukhona ke noma ke uyesaba ukuthi ke amalungiselelo azokwenziwa ke ukuthi avikeleke.
I ended where you said he will be protected and you considered that it amounts to a promise.
Hy is nie gesê dat hy will be protected nie. He was informed, and I quote, if necessary, he will be afforded protection against any irregularities.
Lana ke kuchazwa ke ukuthi uma noma ke uma isidingo sikhona ke uzothi aqinisekiswe ke ukuthi uyavikeleka.
Did you explain what kind of irregularities you were referring to?
Nee,
No, angishongo ke ukuthi uma ngikhuluma ngokuthi ke uma kuukuthi kukhona ke ongazange kwenziwe kahle noma kuhamba kahle ukuthi ngangishoni ngangikhuluma ngani.
Did you establish whether the deponent understood what you meant by irregularities?
nie op daai stadium nie.
Not at that stage. Ngaleso sikhathi ke shongo ke noma ke ngiqinisekiseke ukuthi uyezwa ke noma uyazisisa yini ukuthi ngisho ukuthini uma ngikhuluma ngokungalongo ngokungenziwanga kahle noma ngokungahambanga kahle.
To put it on record, what irregularities were you referring to?
Enige iets.
Anything.
Enige beïnvloeding, enige dreigemente, enige iets wat gebeur het.
Nee.
Want dit kan enige iets wees wat uit sy oogpunt onreëlmatig is.
Okay. And I was referring to anything, any influence, any threats that were made, anything that could, in his eyes or in his view, could have then been an irregularity.
Dis nie aan hom verduidelik wat dit is van my kant af nie, want ek wou hom nie beïnvloed het daaroor nie. So as hy ongelukkig was oor enige iets, dan sou hy dit vir my gesê het.
It was not explained to him at that stage as to what irregularity is. If there was anything, then he would have informed me or told me about it.
Hy moes wel geweet het dat hy my in sy vertroue kon neem om enige probleme wat hy gehad het, enigiets wat hy beskou het as 'n onreëlmatigheid te kon noem.
He had to know that, or he knew that or what he had to know was that he had to take me into his confidence that anything that happened or any irregularity that happened, that he had to inform me about that. Kwakuwukuthi kwakufanele azike ukuthi nokuma yini ke eyayenzekile futhi ngazange yenzeke ngendlela noma ngendlela kwakufanele ukuthi yenzeke ngayo angitshele.
Sonder dat daar enige idees in sy kop geplant word.
Without putting any ideas into his head, ngaphandle kokuthi nje ubusufaka ke noma yini ke ekhanda lakhe noma ke umfakele nje ama ideas ekhanda lakhe.
But with regard to irregularity, we are the only one who knew about or the context or the content of irregularity. That has never been explained to the deponent. That's my point. You're the only one who knew about irregularities.
Ek was nie bewus van enige onreëlmatigheid op daardie stadium nie, meneer.
I wasn't aware of any irregularity at that stage, sir. Ngangingazi ngalutho ke ekwangabe yenzeka ke engazange yenzeke ngendlela ngaleso sikhathi leso.
Can you get back, let's get to paragraph C.
This is not a trial and I'm not hearing any charge against you.
Akusikona ke lokhu ukuqhula kwecala futhi ke angilalelanga angizange lana ke ukuzolalela icala noma amacala owethweswayo.
All right. That's very important. At the time, Ntanzi was interviewed by you, specifically on that paragraph 3, on paragraph C. Did he appear you as an accused person? Did he appear you as a suspect or any person who wanted to make a confession before you?
Ek verstaan nie u vraag nie.
I don't understand your
May I
question.
rephrase it? At that time, Ntanzi appeared before you on the 24th. Have you ascertained whether he has been charged or he was not charged or he was just an ordinary civilian who wanted to make a confession? Have you established that?
Ek het nie daai vrae in daardie opsig gevra nie, so ek was nie seker of hy al reeds aangekla was op die enige iets nie. Ek het hom hanteer asof dit 'n persoon is wat na my toe gekom het omdat hy bekentenis wou maak op wat hy ook al wou sê. Op daai stadium het ek nie eens geweet wat dit was nie.
I did not ask the question in that form or in that manner, so I wasn't aware or I didn't know as to whether he had been charged. I just took him as someone who came before me to make a confession. Ngaleso sikhathi ke ngangamazi ke noma wayesethweswe amacwala noma cha ngangimthatha ke ukuthi nje umuntu oze kumina ke ofuna ke uzokhuluma.
But prior to the completion of the pro forma, did you converse or speak to the investigating officer of the case?
Ja, in sy teenwoordigheid toe wel ek weet nie vir die ondersoekbeampte dis nie, ek het maar aangeneem. Toe sergeant Mugani vir my homself bekend gestel het en vir doeleindes van die voltooiing van die vorm ek hom gevra het vir die polisiestasie en die kasnommer, sou dit nie beskikbaar gewees het nie, sou ek net daar geskryf het, not available or unknown.
Yes, in his presence, that was at the time that when I spoke to Sergeant Mugani, that's when I made inquiries with regards to the police station as well as the case number. If it wasn't there, I would then just have written not available. She also said that I wasn't aware or I didn't know whether he was the investigating officer or what. Ngakhuluma ke naye uMugani lona ke inkathi ke ngangibuza imininingwane yalo icala ukuthi police station yipi, i-case number yipi. Uma kuukuthi ayingekho ke ngangizobhala ke lapho ukuthi cha ayikho leyo mininingwane.
Met sekere konfessies of bekentenisse kan dit nie verskaf word nie want daar's nie 'n dossier geopen of geregistreer nie en dan skryf ek niks in daar nie.
With certain or some confessions, it is that information is not there simply because maybe there is no docket that has no docket exists at that stage. So I would then not write that because it is not contained.
Met ander konfessies wat ek al hanteer het, is die persoon of is daar 'n dossier geopen, maar niemand is nog formeel aangekla nie. So met ander woorde, daar's 'n kasnommer, maar niemand is nog formeel op die saak aangekla nie. So ek kan al reeds die inligting hê met die konfessie, maar die persoon kan of aangekla wees of nie aangekla wees nie.
With certain confessions, it is so that there is already a docket, but no one has yet been formally charged. So there would be some information. So it's either a person has been charged or a person has not yet been formally charged. Kwamanye ke amacala noma kwezinye izitatimende kuzothola ke ukuthi idocket yebo likhona ke kodwa akekho umuntu oseboshiwe.
In hierdie geval weet ek nie of hy wel al aangekla was of nie ten opsigte van die beskikbaarheid van die inligting van die dossier.
But in this particular case, I didn't know as to whether he had been charged or not with regards to the available information regarding this docket. Kodwa ke kuleli icala ke ngangazi ke ukuthi wayesethwesiwe yini noma wayesethweswe yini amacala.
Before we move on to paragraph 4, I think other paragraphs were reduced. And the other paragraph relates to a minor. But for the benefit of the public, does the taking of a confession prescribes a jurisdiction, a place where it's supposed to be taken?
Nee.
No. Ukuthathwa ke kwayo i-confession akusho ke noma ke achazi ukuthi kunendawo ethize ekufanele noma uma ngaphansi kwendawo ethize la ekufanele ukuthi ithathelwe khona.
Are you aware that the deponent was arrested at Rustenburg?
Nee.
No. Angazi ke noma angikwazi ke ukuthi wayeboshelwe eRustenburg.
Are you aware that the deponent was arrested on the 16th of June 2020?
Hy het my so meegedeel dat hy gearresteer was op die 16de Junie.
He informed me as such that he was arrested on the 16th of June. Wangitshela yena ke ukuthi waboshwa nge-16 zika June.
Let's move to paragraph 4. My Lord, I request an adjournment.
What time is it?
5 to 1.
5 to 1.
Yes.
We can resume at 2.
2 o'clock, okay. 2 o'clock, we return.
An accused person is somebody who has already been charged. Am I right?
Dis korrek.
Umsolo noma ke umangalelwa umuntu osethweswe amacala vele.
Before he is charged, he is a suspect. Am I right?
Dis korrek.
Ngaphambilini kokuthi ke abe uyacharge noma uthweswa amacala uba umsolwa.
You were approached with a person, eventually you took a confession and completed a pro forma with an incomplete information that the person in front of you is not either a suspect nor an accused. Is that so?
Dis korrek.
Kunjalo ke ukuthi nkathi ke ngigcwalisa le form bengazi noma ukuthi ngumsolwa umuntu oseboshiwe osethweswa amacala noma cha.
Right. In other words, the accused person or the deponent, I'll refer him as a deponent. In your own opinion, was it not Was it irregular for you to take a confession on a person that you have not satisfied yourself that he has been touched?
Nee.
No. Kwangekho ke okungekho noma ungahambi kahle ukuthi ngithathe noma ke i-confession lena kumuntu engingamazi ke noma sethweswe amacala noma cha noma ubotshiwe noma cha.
And it is your evidence that you have explained the constitutional right of the deponent. Is that so?
Nou wat se konstitusionele reg het jy verwys?
Which constitutional right are you referring to?
Okay, a right to remain silent. E.g., a right to remain silent. A right not to self-incriminate.
That is correct.
Sorry?
Ek het vir hom gesê dat hy nie, as ek net my dokument kan verwys,
If I can
net
just
so oomblik gee.
If you just give me a moment just to refer to my document.
Dis korrek, bladsy 4, paragraaf 6.
That's correct. Page 4, paragraph 6.
Kan ek hom lees?
Can I read it?
I'll tell you to read. Just a moment, ma'am. Just a second, I'm trying to peruse that paragraph. All right. Can you please read it?
Paragraaf 6. En ek hul aan. I informed the deponent that he has the right to remain silent and that nobody can force him to make a statement, and that if he chooses to make a statement, nobody can force him to divulge any self-incriminating evidence or information rather. And his answer was, I understood.
Lana ke kubhalwe ukuthi ngase ngimtshela ke ukuthi unelungelo lokuthi angathula angasho lutho nokuthi akekho umuntu ongamphoqa ukuthi enze istatement nokuthi uma kuukuthi ukhetha ukwenza istatement leso akekho umuntu ongamphoqa ukuthi ke asho noma yini engamhlanganisa naye ke necala ke noma ukwenziwa ke kobulelesi nga impendulo yakhe yathi ngiyezwa.
Ek het voortgegaan in dieselfde paragraaf en vir hom gevra en ek hul aan, do you wish to remain silent or do you wish to continue to make a statement? En sy antwoord was, I want to continue to make a statement.
I then proceed, and then the next question is the one where it says, do you wish to remain, oh sorry, it's in English. Uyafisa yini noma uyafuna yini ukuthula ungasho lutho noma ufisa ukuqhubeka ukuthi wenze istatement? Impendulo yakhe yase ithi ke ngiyafuna ngokuqhubeka ngokwenza istatement.
So, may I approach my colleague?
Yes,
my
yes,
lord?
yes.
So, my question is, when you explained that right, you explained the right that is provided by Section 35 of the Constitution. Is that correct?
Dis korrek.
That is correct. Yebo kuyiqiniso ke uma bengichaza lokho okubhalwe ke noma okhona kuye ke uSection 35.
Can you please read Section 35, especially, Section 35(1). Or, sorry, let me just be specific. Can you please read Section 35 in conjunction with the rights that you have explained, that you have already given to the court? That are the rights that you explained to the court.
Moet ek die hele section 35 lees?
Nee. Just the right, Section 35, and specifically to the provision that relates to remain silent.
Artikel 35 sub 1A, na aanleiding van die boekie wat nou in my oorhandig is van die Konstitusie, lees as volg in Engels, en ek hul aan. Everyone who is arrested for allegedly committing an offence has the right to remain silent. Dit is in subarticle A.
That's in subsection A. The witness says is quoting from the booklet that has just been provided to her.
Moet ek
Everyone-
voortgaan?
Should I proceed?
Just a second, ma'am. I'll tell you to proceed. And the other one that relates to self-incrimination.
Artikel 35(1) subartikel B gaan voort en bepaal die volgende. En ek haal aan, to be informed promptly, Roman 1, of the right to remain silent, and 2, of the consequence of not remaining silent.
Thank you.
Lana ke ikhuluma ke ukuthi ke ilungelo ke lokuthi ungasho lutho nokuthi futhi imiphumela yokuthi noma ke ukhulumeke ukuthi ingaba yini uyena ke lowo usection 35.
Was it not important to inform him that he is still presumed innocent until proven guilty? Was it not necessary to?
Ek sien nie die nodigheid en het nie die nodigheid gesien hoekom dit in 'n bekentenis pertinent aan hom genoem moet word nie.
I don't see.
Hy
the-
is-
Sorry. May I proceed? Yes. I don't see, or it didn't see the necessity or the need in a confession to say or to mention that to him. Yeah, come on.
Hy was verteenwoordig gewees deur 'n rasverteenwoordiger ook.
He was also represented by a legal representative. Ukuthi ke ngimtsheleke ukuthi umuntu ke kufanele futhi ke noma ke umuntu ngimtshele lokho angisibonanga isidingo ngoba ke ebe nommeli aye naye ngalelo langa owayekhona futhi lapho.
Dis 'n beginsel van ons reg dat alle persone beskou word as onskuldig totdat hulle in 'n strafhof bo redelike twyfel as skuldig bevind word.
It is a principle of our law that each and every person be presumed to be innocent until proven guilty by a court of law. Kuwumthetho ke okhona lana ke eNingizimu Afrika ukuthi ke nawubani ke ovela enkantolo ukuthi loyo muntu ke uthathwa njengomuntu ungenacala kuze kufike ufinyeleleke kwisigaba la khona ke kuthiwa ke uselahliwe amacala.
En het ek in lig daarvan dat dit nie 'n verhoor was, nie nodig geag om hom as sodanig in te lig nie.
And then as a result of me then considering that not to be a trial, then did not see the need to inform him as such. Ngenxa yokuthi ke kwakungaqulwa cala ke ngalelo langa angizange ke ngisibone isidingo sokuthi ngimtshele lokho ke ukuthi cha bona ke manje njengoba ulapha phambi kwami ke umsulwa ke kuze kube yisikhathi ke noma isigaba la khona ke inkantolo isithi ke wena ulahliwe amacala.
Hy is op geen stadium van die verrigtinge ten opsigte van die bepaling of hy voor my is vir hierdie bekentenis vrywillig, ongedwonge, sober en nugter by sy volle positiewe en verstand hanteer as 'n persoon wat skuldig is wat sy onskuld moet bewys nie.
At no stage whilst he was then before me and as he was that informed that he would be doing this freely, voluntarily, that he was in his sound and his sober senses. At no he was at no stage at that time then considered by myself as someone who had to prove his guilt to me.
May I just put it to you as a person who has a legal expertise that you were under a legal duty or obligation to explain the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, because the effect of taking a confession does not conclude his conviction.
Ek
What
neem
is the
kennis van die
comment?
opinie.
I take note of the opinion.
Thank you. let's proceed. Can you please assist me to read a provision relating to 48 hours? I think it's 35.3 if I'm not mistaken.
In artikel 35 subartikel 1 D Romeinse 1 to be brought before court as soon as reasonable possible but not later than the 48 hours after the arrest, unquote.
Lana ke sichazwa ke noma ufunda lana ke ingxenye la ekhuluma khona ke ngesikhathi umuntu akufanele ke ayovela ngaso enkantolo ngaphambi emuva kokuthi eboshiwe.
The deponent or the accused, Mr. Ntanzi, was arrested on the 16th of June 2020 and brought to you on the 24th of June 22. I'm talking about 8 days from the date of arrest. Do you know that?
Ek het dit ook opgemerk.
I also noted it or marked it as such. Nami ke ngaqaphela ke ngaleyo ndlela ukuthi kwakusemuva kwamalanga awu8 aboshwa ke nkathi elethwa phambi kwami.
And when he was brought to you, that's my instruction. When he was brought to you to take a confession, he was not taken to court. He never appeared in court within 48 hours.
Ek dra geen kennis of hy verskyn het of nie. Dit is nie binne my kennisveld gewees op daai stadium nie.
I have no knowledge as to whether he did go to court or not. It was not within my knowledge at that particular time. Ukuthi wayileke enkantolo noma akayanga ke phambi kwemantshi angikwazi ke lokho akusiyona into engangiyazi ngaleso sikhathi leso.
In the normal course, when you are presiding as a magistrate, when an accused is brought after 48 hours, what normally happens in court for the benefit of the public? If a person is brought after 48 hours has lapsed, what normally happens? What is your decision as a magistrate?
Normaalweg persoonlik as landros in 'n strafhof hou ek 'n artikel 342A ondersoek en verwyder die saak van die rol as die omstandighede dit noodsaak.
342A. Under normal circumstances, and I would then hold a section 342A inquiry, and if need be, I would then strike the case from the court roll. Uma ke kuyisidingo noma uma umuntu elethwa ke phambi kwenkantolo emuva kwamahora awu48 ngizothi ke ngenzeke noma ngifiseke ukuthi ngazi noma ke ngenze lokho abakubiza ngokuthi inquiry ke yakhe u section 342A uma kunesidingo ke lelo cala lelo ke ngilususeke kuhla lwamacala enkantolo.
Thank you. My instruction is that Mr. Ntanzi was taken to court. First appearance of Mr. Ntanzi was on the 27th of October 2020.
Ek dra geen kennis daarvan nie.
I have no knowledge of that. Ukuthi ke waqala ukuya ngqa enkantolo ngezi 27 October 2020 angikwazi lokho.
The question, as per the previous question, as per the previous answer you gave, if Mr. Ntanzi was brought before you as a magistrate on the 27th of October, if he was arrested on the 16th of June, you would strike the matter off the roll. Is that correct?
Ek sal eers 'n ondersoek doen in terme van artikel 342A, aangesien ek geen sake kan verwyder van die rol sonder sodanige ondersoek nie.
I would first have held the inquiry, the section 342A inquiry. I cannot just remove a case or strike a case off the roll without such an inquiry. Uma kuukuthi ke wayevela phambi kwami ngazo lezo 27 ka October 2020 kube ke yena ke waboshwa zi16 June 2020 bengeke nje ngivese icala ngilisuleke kodwa bengizoqala ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi kwakungani.
From the version of the accused to say his first appearance was on the 27th of October 2020 2020, and he was arrested on the 16th. According to this version, it was not a reasonable time for him to be brought to court. Do you agree?
Ek het nie al die feite.
Yes, my lord. I think it's wrong for my learned friend to put a question that is not correct to the witness. He's in possession of proceedings in other cases, and unless he specifies his question, that question that is put into the witness is not correct.
For clarity, I'm referring to this specific case. I'm referring to this matter.
Advokaat, ek kan net gaan op die woord van u kliënt toe hy gesê het hy is op die 16de gearresteer.
Advocate, I can only take or go based on your client's word or what the client told me that he was arrested on the 16th of June 2020. Mina ke ngingathatha nje kuphela lokho engakutshelwa ke wilo omele ukuthi waboshwa nge-16th ka June 2020.
Ek kan nie sê of hy op hierdie saak gearresteer was of op 'n ander saak nie. Ek weet nie wanneer hy verskyn het op wat nie en ek weet ook nie wanneer hy verskyn het op hierdie saak nie.
And I cannot tell as to whether he was arrested on that date on this particular matter or on another matter, and I cannot say when he did not appear or which matter.
I'll leave that for argument, ma'am. Let's just proceed on something else. May I proceed to ask the following question? This is the pro forma. This is the statement. These are attachments. I'm referring to the copies of the IDs of the officers. Does that all this constitute a confession?
Die verklaring ten opsigte van die konfessie self is aangeheg met die voorvereistes om te kom tot daai verklaring is ook aangeheg.
Okay. The statement is also the statement is attached together with the requirements to get to that particular statement. Istatement lesi kanye nalokho okufunekayo noma okudingekayo ukuthi uyofika kusona ke istatement kuhlanganisiwe.
Die verklaring sluit met ander woorde my bevinding in na aanleiding van die vrae wat gevra is, die antwoorde wat gegee is.
Now that then includes, that is now my finding with regards to the questions that I posed as well as the answers that were given. Lokho kokufaka phakathi ke imibuzo engayibuza kanye futhi neimpendulo engayithola nesinqumo engafinyelela kusona.
My question will be,
dit vorm saam 'n deel van die verklaring in terme van artikel 217.
It then forms part of the statement in terms of section 217. Kube kusuba yingxenye ke yasoke istatement lesi ke statement esenzwe phansi kwakhe ke usection 217.
Maar die bekentenis self ten opsigte van wat die deposant vir my gesê het ten opsigte van die misdaad is net ten opsigte van aanhangsel A.
But then the statement with regards to what it is that the deponent informed me with regards to the commission of the offense itself is then annexure A. Kuse kuthi ke sona ke istatement lesi la khona ke engichazela kona ke ukuthi yini impela eyenzeka mayela ke necala leli bona ke bese kuba uannexure A.
Die bekentenis self is dis 'n annexure A, maar die hele dokument sluit die verrigtinge in totaliteit in.
The confession itself is annexure A, but the entire document contains the proceedings as a whole. Bese kuthi yona ke i-confession lena noma i-statement lesa wasenza kuba u-annexure A, kodwa ke uma usuwahlanganisa ewonke ke kufaka konke okwenzeka ngaleli yalanga.
okay. So I just want clarity. Annexure A consists of 6 pages, 1 to 6. Is that so?
Dis korrek.
That is correct. Annexure A ke ama page awu 6 1 yofika ku 6.
From that statement, that is the statement of the confessor or the deponent. Is that correct?
Dis korrek.
That is correct. Futhi lesa statement ke statement esalona ke owayekhuluma kumina engitshela.
For the benefit of the public, was it supposed to be commissioned, signed, and commissioned before a commission of oath?
Nee,
No. Kwangafaneleke ukuthi sibe sasayindwa ke sisiwe ke kumuntu obizwa ngokuthi commissioner ke ozobeka ke istem.
Was the statement signed?
ja,
Yes, yebo statement esasayindwa.
All right. May I approach my colleague?
Yes, yes.
My lord. Are you in possession of the statement?
Yeah,
dis korrek.
that is correct.
Can we go to the last page, I think page 6 of the statement? Page 6 of the statement. Are you there?
Dis korrek.
That is correct.
Do you see the signature of the deponent?
Hy het hier sy initial gemaak. Die volle handtekening verskyn op bladsy 8. Nadat die verrigtinge voltooi is, het ek hom versoek om die volle handtekening te maak op die laaste bladsy wat bladsy 8 was van hierdie en dan het ons almal geteken.
It's only his initials that appear there, but his full signature is on page 8. That's when everything was now completed, when I requested him to sign, and we all signed. Ukuthi ke asayindeke akasayindanga lapha kule page 6 wabeka njena ke ama initials akhe kwase kuthi ke upage 8 page lokugcina ke ila khona ke singamcela ukuthi asayinde uma seqedwe konke nathi ke sase siyasayinda.
All right. From page 1, if I may ask you to peruse it. Peruse from page 1 up to page 5. Do you see any signature of the deponent?
Nee, net sy paraaf.
No, it's only his initials. Akasayindanga ku page 1 yofika ku page 5 ukuthi nje ubeka nje ama initials akhe.
My instruction is that he has never or did not attach any initials, and he did not sign any statement, especially in front of you.
Dis 'n informe leen.
That is a lie. Amanga nje lawo ukuthi nje akakazi asayindeke phambi kwami noma ke abekeke ama initials akhe.
Sorry, I'm not interfering with your interpretation. Say, sir, that is infamilian.
Dis korrek.
Can you just say it in English?
Infama. See?
It's an absolute lie.
It's a notorious lie.
Yes.
Yeah?
You said he signed on page 8.
Dis korrek.
That is correct.
Page 8 is a pro forma.
Dis korrek.
That is correct.
It's not a statement.
Dis korrek.
That is correct. Kuqiniswa ukuthi ngithe usayine ku page 8 nokuthi ke kuyi performer ke akusona I statement.
A statement is separate from a pro forma. A pro forma is to insulate an inquiry before making a statement. Is that so?
Ek kan dit seker so interpreteer.
Maybe you can interpret it as such. Mhlawumbe ungakubeka kanjalo ukuthi iform lena ke yona ke ihlukile kusona istatement
Jy moet net
awusenze.
onthou dat wanneer ons die bekentenis afneem, die proses in een loop.
You just have to remember that when we take down a confession that this process is a continuous process.
So ons hanteer die, of ek het die formaliteitsvereistes eerstes hanteer, en toe hy die verklaring wou aflê, het ek dit gedoen, en ek het agterna, het ons hierdie dokumente onderteken, nadat hy bevestig het dat alles korrek is, ten opsigte van sy verklaring.
I first started with the requirements or with the formalities that is now on the front pages, and then when he wanted to make the statement, I then proceeded with that, and then that is when now the documents had now to be signed.
May I just hand over to you a pro forma that has a statement which has also made with the same intentions of taking a confession. This is just a confession which was taken by somebody else, which I just want to show you that there is a difference between that statement and the statement that I'm going to hand it over to you. With the leave of the court, may I hand it over to her? Yes. For comparison, my lord.
Mr. Baloyi.
This is a pro forma used by Commission to Office Justice of the Peace. I don't know whether one can really compare the two.
No, wait. You say it's a pro forma?
Of a statement taken down by Justice of the Peace. Not a magistrate.
Not a magistrate.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
So we're not comparing apples with apples.
My lord, actually the main thing is I'm not going to the pro forma per se, to the statement in which the signature of the deponent appears in the statement. Do you see that?
Ek neem kennis.
I take note.
So the statement, you see that there's a pro forma and a statement.
Ek sien dit.
I see that. Yabona ke ukuthi kune form ke lokubiza ukuthi pro forma kanye ne statement.
In that statement, there is a thumbprint from each and every page. Do you confirm that? If not all pages, but there's a thumbprint in that
Ek is net
statement.
besig om te kyk as iemand net die geleentheid sal gun.
Just give me an opportunity. I'm busy checking.
Ek sien die duimafdruk.
I see the thumbprint. Ngasibona ke isithupha lesi esibekiwe.
Do you see the initials at the bottom of the first page of the statement?
Ek sien daar's 'n geskribbel.
I see that it's scribbled there. Yabona ke khona nje kubhaliwe lapha yana.
Daar lyk soos 'n handtekening langs die duimafdruk en dan lyk daar soos 'n of dit 'n O of 'n Q of 'n X is en dan nog so 'n skribbel. So ek kan nie sê of dit 'n handtekening of 'n initial is nie.
I see
en of
that
dit net 'n maak is nie.
I see that there's something that looks or appears like a signature next to the thumbprint, and then there's something that looks like an O, a Q, or an X, and then there's another scribble. I cannot confirm as to whether that's a signature.
Now let's go to the last page of that statement. What do you see there? Last page.
Watse deel?
Which
Ekskuus,
part?
Watse deel verwys u nou na?
Which part are you referring to?
The last page of the statement.
Van die konfessie.
Yeah.
Ja,
What do you see there?
dieselfde geskribbel.
There's the same scribble. Ngibona nje lo mbhalo ofanayo.
En bo dit verskyn signature of justice of peace.
And then on top of that it appears a signature.
Ekskuus. Onder die geskribbels
Okay.
verskyn dit signature of Justice of the Peace in die volle name.
Just underneath that scribbling then appears the signature of Justice of the Peace as well as the full names. Amagama ke alowo ke okuthiwa uyena ke wayithatha amagama akhe aphelele.
En heel onderaan is daar weer 'n duimafdruk.
And once again, right at the bottom, there's another thumbprint. Phinde ke ezantsi kube nesithupha
Met 'n ander handtekening.
with another signature.
So there, do you see the signature of the deponent on the same page?
Nee, want hier's net 'n duimafdruk. So ek twyfel sterk dat iemand van die Justice of the Peace of sy kantoor het met 'n duimafdruk gaan teken. So ek kan nie vir u sê wie se handtekening is wie se nie.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's
Of wie
only,
se merk is wie se of wie se duimafdruk is hierson.
it's only a thumbprint, and I doubt strongly that a Justice of the Peace would then just put a thumbprint. So I cannot confirm which signature belonged to who here from that which appears here. Ngibona nje isithupha lana futhi ke ngiyangabaza ukuthi ke umuntu okuyena ke owayethatha le statement kungawuyena ke ongabeka isithupha. Ngeke ngisho ukuthi le signature ngibona la ukuthi ekabani.
May I rephrase it? May I rephrase my question? The signature that appears on behalf of the words Justice of Peace, other than that signature, is there any signature on that page that you see?
Daar is 'n handtekening net bo die thumbprint.
There is
Duimafdruk of ek weet nie wat se vinger hier af vingerafdruk is nie. Duim, voorvinger, middelvinger, ek weet nie.
there's a signature just above the thumbprint. I cannot say it's the thumbprint, it's the middle finger, or which finger it is, but there is a signature above that.
Normaalweg behoort daar geskryf te wees wat se vingerafdruk daar gevat is.
Normally, it should be indicated there as to which particular finger was taken. Kufanele ngenjwayelo ke kuvamise ukuthi ke kubhalwe ke ukuthi imuphi umunwe loyana obekiwe lapha.
Ek vind dit ook onwaarskynlik dat 'n getuie 'n thumbprint sal gee. So ek weet nie of die handtekening by hierdie vingerafdruk dien as 'n getuie tot wie se vingerafdruk gevat is of nie.
I also find that for me it would be improbable that a witness would put his thumbprint, and now there is a signature next to that thumbprint. I don't know whether that is now to witness as to whose finger that is printed on there. Nokuthi futhi ke ufakazi angathi abesebeka isithupha sakhe ke naloko ke kuyinto engabazisayo, nokuthi futhi kube sekuyasayindwa ke eduze kwaleso sithupha leso ngazi nokuthi lo muntu uyasho noma uchaza ukuthi umunwe kabani lo ya.
So u vra my met alle respek om op hierdie stadium te spekuleer op wie se vingerafdruk is hier en wie se handtekening is hier. Ek neem aan die handtekening wat lyk soos 'n Q en 'n X en daar geskribbel is die Justice of the Peace. Dit is die vrederegter se handtekening bloot op feit dat op die laaste bladsy daai selfde handtekening bo die lyntjie verskyn waaronder getik is Justice of the Peace signature.
And
So
with all due respect, now you are asking me to speculate with regard to this, and but where there's that scribble, I just assume that one would be now a signature belonging to the Justice of the Peace, because if you look at the last page, just above where it's written signature of Justice of the Peace, that signature is above that. Lana ke umcela nje noma uthi kumina ke angicabangele nje noma ngiqageleke ukuthi ubani obesayinda la ubani obebeka isithupha, kodwa ke la kungathi khona ke kunale mbhalo ongathi u-O u-Q noma u-X, ngicabanga ukuthi yilona ke owayethatha istatement lesi.
So, ma'am, the purpose of this exercise, the reason for giving you that statement is to compare your statement and the statement that is in front of you. That they are different, totally different.
meneer, met alle respek, ek weet nie wat u wil vergelyk en hoe sê u dit is verskillend nie. Hierso het 'n persoon die verklaring onderteken met 'n duimafdruk.
Sorry, I don't know what it is that you find to be different and what it is that you want to compare, because here a person made a statement and confirmed that with a thumbprint.
In my verklaring is dit bevestig deur die deposant by wyse van initial.
And in my statement, it was then confirmed by the deponent by means of initialing.
So die
sorry, ma'am.
deposante in hierdie geval het verskillende maniere gebruik om die verklaring te onderteken, of dit nou 'n merk is, 'n handtekening is of 'n duimafdruk is.
Now, in these two different statements, the deponents made use of different means to confirm their statements, whether it's by a mark, by a signature, or by a thumb print.
Ma'am, sorry, please, can I afford me to ask a question? This is your statement. This is the statement that was made in front of you. This one.
Dis korrek.
Dat is
Dit is
korrek.
bladsy
Says,
15. Dit is met ander woorde 6 van 6 heel onder. Jy sal sien heel bo by my dokumente het ek dit basies so gemerk.
You'll just see it right at the top in my documents. That's how I mapped them. That is now that would be page 6.
Yes,
Page 6.
Bladsy 6 of 6.
that's correct.
6
Ja.
of 6.
That's why I'm saying there's no signature of the deponent. Do
Nee,
you
maar daar's nog
agree?
steeds 'n initial hier. So of hy nou sy thumbprint daar gesit het, vol geteken het, 'n kruisie gemaak het, sy neusafdruk gesit het, hy het dit onderteken.
But now there is an initial here. Whether he initialed, he put a cross, a thumbprint, or his nose print, but he did put something there. Lana ke ukuthi ke akasayindile, kodwa ke ubekile ke ama initials wakhe, noma ke bekuyikhala libekile, noma isithupha sibekile, noma wenze i-cross.
I'm not talking about the initials. I'm talking about the signature. What is important is to inform the court that the statement was never signed. There's no signature of the deponent here. In page 6.
Nee, daar's nie 'n wetlike vereiste dat hy sy volle handtekening moet gee op hierdie stadium daar nie. Hierso is en ek weet nie eens wie dit gedoen het nie. U wys vir my 'n bekentenis. Ek weet nie wie se bekentenis dit is nie. U wys vir my 'n bekentenis vrede regter met 'n duimafdruk. U is tevrede met daai duimafdruk. Maar u het 'n beswaar omdat 'n persoon nie in hierdie konfessie of bekentenis van my 'n volle handtekening gemaak het nie.
Here you are showing to me, firstly, there is no legal requirement for a person to do that. You are showing me here a statement where a person has put down a thumbprint and you are satisfied with that. On my side, a person initialed and you are not satisfied with that. But you are satisfied with the thumbprint.
Mits ek u verkeerd verstaan as jy dit net kan duidelik stel.
Maybe I misunderstood you. If you can just put it correctly or much clearer.
Can you interpret it, Mr.?
Sorry. Which part now?
All right, may I rephrase the questions? Let's just rephrase the question. My question, very simple. At the end of the statement, page 6, last page of the statement that you have taken, other than the alleged initials, there is no signature of the deponent. That's what I'm asking.
Daar is nie 'n volle handtekening van die deposant nie. U is heeltemal 100% reg.
You are 100% correct. There is no signature of the full signature of the deponent. Uqiniseke ukuthi ku page 6 kulesi sami statement ayikho ka noma akasayindile ngokugcwele.
May I have that statement, please? Thank you very much on that exercise.
Are you not handing out that document?
Sorry, ma'am.
Are you not handing out that document?
No, man.
What's the value then of that if the court can't even see it?
Somebody's coming to testify on that statement, man.
That's not the point. This is the witness who's being cross-examined on the two documents, that document. And I'm saying, are you not handing it up? That's all I want.
I'm sorry, my lord, the time annexures were handed to the court. It's one of the annexures. I just want to confirm because I was not present at that time. It's marked J. What? It's marked. H, my lord.
H8.
HH.
HH.
So it's just a pro forma, my lord, I beg your pardon, because the statement is part of the redacted parts. So may I reserve that for my argument in the event a statement
Reserve handing up the document.
It's just that your lordship will not have sight of the statement at
That's
the moment.
correct.
But if the court is inclined to look just at the back of just for the purpose of the exercise, to compare the last page of the statement attached under HH and the statement attached under JJ, only the last part of the statement, not on the contents of the.
I see your colleague there smiling. Mr. Mr. Mbaloi.
We are of the view that the entire document must be handed up.
No. Rather, let me withdraw that question.
And the document. Because
And
the
that
handing up
document.
of the document, sorry, sir.
And my lord,
The handing up of the document is predicated in support of your cross-examination of this witness, where you said he must compare, she must compare the two documents, that is Exhibit JJ,
and
as she explained it, and the facsimile, which you say she must compare her confession together with the attachments or the annexures to that very facsimile which you have handed over to her.
my lord, the issue is that a statement cannot, as per agreement,
With whom? With whom?
between the parties,
Oh, the state.
yes, that it cannot be handed over prior to the ruling in terms
No,
of
I'm
the
aware of that.
Yes.
But that's that statement, the one which you say belongs to some other person.
Yes.
Why can't this court have sight of it? Because you are using it for comparative reasons, are you not?
I am, my lord.
Yes, I'm aware. So you are saying you are withdrawing the question now.
Because when I'm consulting with my colleagues here, I was not part of what was discussed. But if they discourage me to hand over the last page, because I was indicated that only the last page for the sake of comparison, because it consists of certain parts of the statement. So that is the fear that my colleagues have for the court to have sight of.
Yeah, this is the danger you undergo when you use a document which can only be disclosed to viewing after the court has, if it has, or if it does rule that that statement was made freely and voluntarily, etc. You are the one who opens the can of worms.
No, it's fine.
And yet you, all of you, you refuse me to listen to an audio recording.
It's not
now
us.
You want me to view a statement,
My lord is the law, it's not us. May I withdraw this?
No, it's your choice.
May I would like to withdraw it, but that will be subject of my argument. May I withdraw the last part of my question in relation to the.
So the last part of your question is withdrawn.
On page 6 of the accused statement.
Okay.
But I'm happy that the witness has confirmed that there's no signature of the deponent.
But if you say you've withdrawn that last part of the question, then her answer also.
And the answer, not the
consequential
answer.
on your saying you're withdrawing it.
The comparison.
You're actually saying the court should not take that answer, which was elicited by your last question, by this witness.
May I
You're saying
clarify, my
basically that.
May I clarify this?
Okay.
I'm withdrawing the comparison of both statements, but I'm not withdrawing the question that there is no signature of the deponent on the statement she has made. That's what I'm withdrawing, the comparison of the statements, but not the answer she has already tendered before this court.
And you're saying you're not going to hand up that document?
The document will be handed over at a later stage.
Mr. Barry, what's your reaction? Oh.
I suppose my colleague is in charge. If he withdraws the comparison, then it means his questions and answers are now off the record, pro non-scripto basically.
Yes, Mr. Mgomezulu.
All right, ma'am, let me have that statement that I gave you, the last statement that I gave you, so that I can safely put it on record, that in that statement that you have, that you took from the deponent, there's no signature. That's the last question on the aspect of the signature. There's no signature. Can you confirm that there's no signature? It's only the initials.
Dit is net die initials soos wat u sê op die laaste bladsy en op elke bladsy soos wat dit verkeer tot en met daai waar hy sê dat the statement is now signed by the deponent by means of his signature, is die signature ten volle aangeteken.
Yes, there is no signature from that page, as you say, as well as the other pages, up until the page that the witness is now referring to, page 8, ne? Is where it says now his signature is now on. Yebo kuqiniswa ke ukuthi kuphela ke initial ayibekile lapha akuna signature ku page yokugcina ke statement uqhubeka ke kodwa kuze kuyofika ke ku page 8 la khona ke ase sign yakhona.
Sorry, you prefaced your answer by reading the notation. As you understand, is blood says daar's nie
Agbare, soos wat die verrigtinge plaasgevind het voor my, het al die verrigtinge eers plaasgevind. Dit sluit in die voorvereistes en toe die eedsverklaring, waarna hy gevra is om dan sy volle handtekening te bring en elke bladsy te initial. Hierdie bladsy 8 het ek aanvanklik op hierdie verklaring wat ek oorhandig het, heel agter gehad. Dit is, lyk my, teruggeskuif na sy oorspronklike plek toe, so selfs die sertifikaat van die tot was heel agter gesit. So ja, ten opsigte van bladsy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 en 6 van die verklaring self van die voorval, van die beweerde voorval, is daar net initials. Nie 'n volle handtekening nie.
And then on page 8.
En dan die ander ook net initials en dan die laaste bladsy wat ek beskou na aanleiding van die verrigtinge afgeloop het, 'n volle handtekening.
Die laaste bladsy according to your
volgens die verrigtinge wat plaasgevind het voor my.
What is the last page according to
bladsy 8. Volgens die dokumente soos wat dit op die proformas gemerk is.
Bladsy 8.
Page 8 is
and you say there's a signature.
Dis 'n volle handtekening.
Which is preceded by what? Can you understand me? Did he sign because it says, having made the statement, that's what I understood you. Just put it on record, ma'am.
Dis korrek. Ek het na die tyd, toe alles afgeneem is, gesê, teken, volle handtekening. Hy het dit geteken, die volle handtekening, en ek het vir hom ook gevra om elke bladsy te initial wat hy ook gedoen het.
After the completion of the proceedings, I then requested him to sign, which he did, and then requested him to initial each page, which he also did.
Okay.
So in page 8, I think it's referring to page 8 of the pro forma.
Now, is it not of the statement?
The statement consists of 6 pages.
6 pages, yeah, okay.
The pro forma consists of 9 pages, if I'm not mistaken, or 8 pages, or if not 9.
Ja. Advokaat, die proses soos wat dit afgeloop het voor my, was nie dat daar gevra is teken enige iets
Advocate, the process as it unfolded before me, it was not to such to the extent that you were just asked sign each and everything. Yeah.
Daar was met ander woorde nie gehandel met die voorvereistes en toeste handtekeninge aangebring.
For an example, it was not the prerequisites that were dealt with and then thereafter asking for signatures. Indlela ke okwenzeka ngayo kwakusiwe ukuthi uqale achazelweke ukuthi form ihamba kanjani bese kuyacelwa ukuthi asayine. Yeah.
Die voorvereistes is hanteer. Daarna het ons oorgegaan op die konfessie.
Okay, the prerequisites were handled or dealt with. Thereafter, we moved to the confession. Siqaleke ngaloku okhona kwiform la ngaphambili sase siyandlulela kusona istatement.
En nadat die konfessie gemaak is het hy sy volle handtekening aangebring. Dit is die handtekening op bladsy 8 en het hy elke bladsy geparafeer.
Now, after the completion of the confession, he was then requested to sign, that is now the signature which he brought on page 8. Thereafter, requested to initial each page. Celiweke uma sengabe seqediwe ukubhala sona istatement ukuthi assigned ila assigned khona ke ku page 8 basecelwa ukuthi abeka ama initials kwi page nganye.
May I just put this version? The signature that appears on page 8 is in dispute.
Ek neem kennis.
The
I take note. Ngiyakuzwa ke uma uthi ke uyayiphikisa ke le signature elapha ku page 8.
The accused left that office without appending a signature to any of the documents that were in front of him.
Ek gaan 'n retoriese vraag vra. Wie sou dan namens hom geteken het? Want ek sê vir u nou, hierdie man het geteken voor my, voor sy prokureur en voor die tolk.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a rhetoric question. Who would have then now signed in his space or in his place? Because this gentleman signed in the presence of his legal representative, in the presence of the interpreter. Uma kuukuthi uthike wahamba lapho engasayindanga, ubani kwasayinde endaweni yakhe, ngoba usayinde ummeli wakhe khona, utolika ekhona.
Die tolk sowel as hierdie prokureur kan daaroor getuig as u my woord in twyfel trek.
The interpreter, as well as this legal representative, can now attest to that if it is now that you are disputing that
Gesien in die
which
lig
I am
daarvan
saying.
dat die bandopname wat die prosedure volledig uiteensit nie toegelaat is vir redes op rekord nie.
Taking into account that the recording which now recorded the proceedings was not admitted in court or as part of evidence. Lana ke uma kuukuthi ke lokho engikushoyo mina ke uyangabaza noma ke awukuthathi ke utolika nalo mmeli lo owayekhona usebengabizwa ke bazoqinisekisa ke lokhu mina ke engikushoyo.
Okay, may I just put this version? Before I just, can you please read before the alleged signature? There's a sentence on page 8.
Is that part of the statement, sir?
The pro forma, my lord, sorry.
Oh, it's not the part of the statement.
The pro forma.
The pro forma, okay.
On page 8.
Yeah, because I'm entitled legally to have sight of the pro forma.
Thank you, my lord.
The statement is now signed by the department by means of his signature.
Istatement ke manje siyasayindwa ke lona ke bewenza istatement ngokuthi asayinde.
Hierdie bladsy is geteken na alles afgeloop is.
This page was signed after everything had been done. Die page
Toe het
lena-
hy
sorry.
volledig geteken, die tolk het volledig geteken en ek het volledig geteken en die tyd van completion van hierdie hele verrigting was 20 minute oor 5 die middag.
He signed in full, the interpreter signed in full, I then signed, and then the time of completion of these entire proceedings was 20 past 5. Lana ke uyena ke owasayinda ke futhi ke idocument lena isayindwe emuva kokuthi konke sekwenziwe seqediwe
So
ke.
hierdie handtekeninge is nie afgeneem na completion van die verrigtinge van die proforma vorm nie. Dit is gedoen nadat die proforma vorm voltooi is tot in bladsy 7 en die konfessie afgeneem is en hy gevra is toe om te teken.
Now this signature, which appears on page 8, was not appended after the completion of the proforma. It was after the proforma was done up to page, you said page 7, yes, and then the confession was taken down, and then it was only then after it had been completed when he now appended his signature on page 8. Ukusayinda ke kwakhe la ku page 8 akwenzekanga ngemuva kokuthi sesiqede isigaba sokuqala seform lokho kubizwa ukuthi iproforma iqediwe leyo sangena kwistatement emuva kwalokho ke yila khona ke asesayina khona.
All right. The signature of the attorney who was present, was it not necessary to be appended?
Ek het dit nie nodig geag dat die prokureur ook moes teken nie.
I didn't see the need or see it necessary for the lawyer to also sign. Angizange kuboneke kuyisidingo ukuthi umeli naye asayine.
But if he signed, it was going to be much easier to see that he was present on that day. Do you agree?
Meneer, ek het
Sorry, ma'am. If he signed, if the attorney, as you say, he was present on that day, if he signed, that's just a general question.
Meneer,
If he
met alle
signed,
respek, al het hierdie man geteken, sou u nog steeds in lig van die omstandighede dit ontken het. Ek het hier opgeteken dat hierdie man teenwoordig was, meneer Mjako, en u glo dit nie. Ek glo nie dat enige handtekening eers 'n verskil sou maak nie.
Even if he had signed, you would still, under the circumstances, you would still have disputed it, because I wrote here Mr. Dominic Mjako, but still you are still not taking my word. So I don't see that a signature would have made a difference.
Sy Fidelity Fund sertifikaatnommer is hier neergeskryf en nog steeds aanvaar u dit nie, want dit is u opdrag. Ek respekteer die opdrag, maar die feit bly staan. As u wil voorgee dat enige verdere handtekeninge 'n verskil sou maak, dan is die antwoord nee, want u en die kliënt sou dit nie aanvaar het nie.
I respect the fact that it is your instruction, but I am saying to you that any other signature would have made a difference here, because you and your clients would not have accepted that. Ukuthi ke umjiyako ngabe usayindile lana angiboni ukuthi bekuzokwenza umehluko lokho, ngoba ke nansi ke nenamba yakhe ke ye Fidelity Funds ibhaliwe lapha, kodwa ke naloko awukwamukeli ukuthi nokuthi ke yiloko okutshelwa umsola ngiyakuhlonipha ke, kodwa ngiboni ukuthi nje isignature enye ibizokwenza umehluko kule document.
may I just put my version, the version of the accused? Because I can see that nothing on this pro forma that has been attached, that one may conclude that an attorney was present at the time of the. But let me just put the version of the accused. When he was brought to you, before he was brought to you, I know you were not present. It's going to be it's not going to be a fair question, because you were not present at that time when the alleged torture was occurred or was conducted on the accused. But my instruction before you descend on that box is to tell you that he was subjected to a severe assault, severe torture in 4 different places before he was brought to you to make such a confession. Can you comment on that?
Ja, advokaat, hierdie man het op verskeie kere of verskeie wyse vir my te kenne gegee dat hy nie aangerand was nie.
I advocate this gentleman made it known to me on several occasions, in several ways, that he was not assaulted. Lo mlisa ke wangitshela ke amahlandla ke nangeindlela ke ithizeke ukuthi akakaze ashaywe.
Geen beserings is dit ek net klaar praat. Geen beserings is genotuleer nie, waargeneem deur my nie. Toe ek hom gevra het hy enige beserings, kan hy dit uitwys? Is geen beserings deur hom aan my uitgewys. Behalwe ou merke wat reeds gesond geword het ten opsigte van voorval wat hy opgedoen het met sy ouma toe hy 'n kind was?
No injuries were shown or pointed out to me or were visible to me. Even when I had asked him about those or such injuries, he referred me or pointed or mentioned to me old wounds or injuries that occurred or was as a result of an incident between himself and his grandmother when he was still very young. Akukho ukulimala awangibonisa kona noma awakusho kumina futhi ke nokulimala angitshengisa kona noma akhuluma ngako ila athi walimala khona esemncane kakhulu kwesehlakalo esasihlanganisa yena ke nogogo wakhe.
Daar was geen rede hoekom hy dit nie vir my kon rapporteer nie. Daar was geen rede as hy nog beserings gehad het wat veroorsaak was deur aanranding deur die polisie of deur enige iemand aan my kon uitwys nie.
There was no reason that he preferred to me or that he should not have appointed or shown me or told me about those injuries or injuries that he had at the stage or that were caused by police on him. Sasingekho ke nesizathu esasingambangela noma esasimbangela ukuthi angangitshengisi noma angangitsheli ke ngokulimala owayenako okwabangelwa ke noma amaphoyisa.
En in lig daarvan dat u sê hy op 3 of 4 geleenthede soos wat u dit noem en ek hul aan severely assaulted was, vind ek dit baie vreemd dat hy dit nie vir my sou noem ten minste nie.
I find it very strange what you just mentioned now that as you said that on 3 or 4 different occasions that he would at least not have mentioned it to me. Kuyangimangaza ke ukuthi nanjengoba usho ukuthi lo mlisa ke washaywa ke amahlandla ahlukile amathathu noma amahlandla amane ukuthi nje akakaze nje angitshele ngalokho.
All right. And you'll agree with me that you can dispute that, is fine. I'm just putting the version of the accused. Whether you believe it or not, it's fine. But what would be your take? You are handcuffed, and as per your words in that pro forma, you said the police were heavily armed. Psychologically, did not that have manipulated his mental ability? I know you are not a doctor, but psychologically, on the observation, here are the police heavily armed.
Meneer, ek gaan nie so antwoord. Een is reg, ek is nie 'n mediese praktisyn of 'n sielkundige om te weet wat die sielkundige uitwerking het op 'n persoon wat daar staan met boeye aan nie. Maar hierdie man het glad nie voorgekom as iemand wat vreesagtig is.
Sir, you are right that I am not a medical practitioner and I also don't know as to what the psychological effect thereof would be. But this gentleman, as he was there, he didn't appear as someone who was fearful.
Hy het kalm voorgekom.
He appeared calm.
Hy was baie rustig geweest, hy het baie rustig gepraat met my.
He was very relaxed and he was even relaxed when he spoke to me.
Hy was begeerig om te praat.
He really wanted to talk.
Hy het selfs die boeye aan sy hande was los. Dit het geklink soos 'n vrou wat los bangles dra. Dit was los om sy gewrigte.
Even the handcuffs were loose. They sounded like a lady who was having bangles around because they were loose in his arms.
Toe ek met hom gepraat het en vir hom gevra het hoe gaan dit? In die begin toe hy daar in die kantoor ingekom het hy my ek het hom gegroet, hy het my teruggegroet. Ek het hom gevra hoe gaan dit? Hy het vir my gesê dit gaan baie goed, dankie. Hy het intedeel vir my teruggevra, hoe gaan dit met my? En ek het gesê goed. So hierdie man het nie voorgekom soos enige persoon wat vreesagtig was, bang was, beangs was, aangerand was, niks nie.
And as I entered there, I greeted him, I asked him how he was, he responded to me and he even asked me back as to how I was, and as this gentleman was there, never appeared to be someone who was fearful, someone who was anxious. Lo muntu ke noma ke umlisa lona ke kwakungasiyena ke umuntu owayesaba ebonakala noma ebukeka ke umuntu osabayo kwakubonakala ke ukuthi umuntu onesifiso noma ofunayo ukuthi akhulume nabo ke ozankosi laba befakwe ezandleni zakhe ke babe ngaboshiwe babe loose la kuyena ke uze wenza isibonelelo wathi kwakuwathi umuntu wesimame ofake ama bangles a loose la kuyena ke ezandleni zakhe ngambulisa noma ke ngambingelela uma ngena ngambuza ukuthi ukahle yini wangiphendula naye futhi wangibingelela wangibuza ukuthi ngikahle yini.
Inteendeel, die enigste antwoord wat hy vir my gegee het julle by ooreenkoms uitgehaal uit die vereistes uit. En dit was glad nie 'n refleksie op die polisie gewees.
And there is
Of
only
iets wat hulle sou doen nie.
And it is only, there is one thing that he told me, but it is one of those redacted versions, one of those that you redacted, and it was never anything that pointed to the police. Sorry?
Or what they did.
Or what they did. Kunye nje kodwa ke awangitshela kona ke kodwa ke ngeshwa kuyingxenye yalokhu ke enithi ke ngiyacela ukuthi angafundwa ke noma ke nikusulileke la ku statement ke kodwa lokho kwakungasiyona nje inkomba kumaphoyisa noma lokho abakwenza.
Okay. I hear what you are saying. On all what you are saying, these police officers which you took, I think one of them you said is Lisareng, something like that. According to my instruction, is that all that was happening there, it happened in the presence of the police. I think 2 or 3 police that were there. It is Mkhano and other 2 Metro Police officers. Do you dispute that?
As u sê all that was happening there, kan u net
Taking the confession, completing the pro forma, not the assault.
Ekskuus, kan ek net weer duidelikheid kry oor die vraag? All that was happening there took place in the presence of the people that you quoted.
In room 2.
Is dit nou, is die bewering hulle was in die kantoor gewees toe hierdie verrigtinge plaasvind?
Is the allegation that they were in the office when these proceedings were underway?
Ekskuus, ek verstaan nie die stelling, ek wil net
The
duidelikheid.
I just
instruction,
want clarity, I don't understand.
the instruction is that when you took or when you conducted this interview, it was conducted in the presence of the police, including Mr. Mkhano. My question is, do you dispute that? Because other police officers were roaming around outside the office in the passage, as per your evidence.
Ontken ek daai bewering. Die kliënt weet dat die enigste tyd wat meneer Liesering en Jonathan in die kantoor was reg aan die begin gewees toe hulle aanstellingssertifikaat afskrifte vir my gegee het.
Okay, thank you. Advocate, I absolutely deny that instruction from your client. Your client knows very well that that is not true. The only time that Mr. Liesering as well as Jonathan were in the office, it was right at the beginning when they came to give me their appointment certificates. Uyazi-ke nalo nomele ukuthi akulona-ke iqiniso ukuthi ngale nkathi kwenzeka konke lokhu ngithatha istatement ngikhuluma naye kwakude amaphoyisa phakathi. Phela kwesikhathi la khona uLiesering kanye noJonathan babe phakathi kwakungesikhathi babeletheke ama-documents abo-ke la kwakufanele ukuthi ngiwahlanganise khona la.
Sergeant Mugwani het sy aanstellingssertifikaat vir my gegee en sy naam en goed vir my gegee nadat die deposant sy volle naam en van gegee het met sy identiteitsnommer waarna hy uit is uit die kantoor uit.
And then Sergeant Mkhane then gave me his particulars or his name and surname as well as certificate. It was after the deponent had given me his particulars, his name and surname, his date of birth, and thereafter he was out of the office.
En daarna het die kwessie ten opsigte van die prokureur ter sprake gekom. Die deposant het die prokureur uitgewys, dis sy prokureur, gesê die prokureur moet homself voorstel, prokureur het dit gedoen ensovoorts en die verrigting het 'n aanvang geneem. Nie enige van hierdie 2 persone wie se aanstellingssertifikate hier aan is, of hierdie sergeant Bongani was in daai kantoor gewees.
And then the question of the legal
Daarna.
representative or the attorney then came up. That's when the deponent introduced or pointed out the gentleman as being his attorney, and the attorney confirmed that. And when that happened, none of these two gentlemen that you mentioned, or Jonathan and Lisering, as well as Mokgoatlheng, were in the office when that happened. Emuva kwalokho-ke kwase iy'nkathi-ke la khona-ke yena-ke umsolwa-ke esengichazela-ke noma ekhomba-ke ethi ummeli wami lona, ummeli wase uyakuvuma-ke lokho. Ngaleso sikhathi-ke akekho noyedwa kulabo babizayo-ke abo-Lisering, o-Jonathan kanye noMokgoatlheng ababekhona e-ofisini.
Ek weet nie hoe hy kon sien wat buite die kantoor aangaan nie, want ek kon dit nie sien nie, want daai deur was toe gewees. Almal was reeds uit by die kantoor uit gewees.
And I don't know how it is that he saw the movements outside, because I couldn't see that, because that particular door was closed and everyone was already out. Ukuthi ke wakubona kanjani ukuthi kwakwenzekani ngaphandle angazi ukuthi wakubona kanjani lokho, ngoba ke isicabha lesi sasivaliwe, mina ke ngangingakuboni okwenzekayo ngaphandle futhi babe sebephume bonke.
En teen daardie tyd het sergeant Bongani my reeds te kenne gegee dat die res van metro personeel wat daar teenwoordig was, geloop het in die gange weg. Hulle is weg. Hulle was nie daar gewees volgens hom nie.
And at that stage, I had already been informed by Sergeant Mokgoatlheng that the members, the Metro Police members that were in the passage, that they were gone, they were no longer there anymore. Ngaleso sikhathi-ke ngase ngitsheliwe uyena uMokgoatlheng ukuthi laba be-Metro Police ababekhona lapha epassageni babe sebengekho, behambile.
En teen daardie tyd, dit was toe ek vir hom gevra het, waar's die ander mense se besonderhede wat ek dit meegedeel was. So, toe sergeant Bongani uit die kantoor uit is, kon nie een van ons deur daai deur sien of deur die muur sien nie. Dit was toe gewees.
And it was now at that stage when I was then asking about the documents of the others, when he informed me about that. And after Sergeant Mokgoatlheng was out of the office, that door was closed. And we couldn't see through the door or through the wall. Ngaleso sikhathi leso-ke ngitshelwa lokho kwakuwukuthi-ke uMokgoatlheng ngangimbuza ukuthi akuphi ama-documents abanye, ila engitshela khona ukuthi bahambile-ke. Uthe uMokgoatlheng sephumile-ke e-ofisini, isicabha sasivaliwe, sasingeke sibone ngale kwesicabha noma ngale kodonga.
Toe hy uit die kantoor uitgegaan het, saam met sy prokureur, weet ek egter nie wat die omstandighede daar was en hoe hy daar verwyder is nie.
And when he left the office together with his attorney, I don't know what the circumstances were now there, around there, and to how he was taken away from there. Uma sephuma-ke noma esephumile ofisini kanye nommeli wakhe ukuthi wahanjiswa kanjani-ke kusuka lapho angikwazi lokho.
Want toe ek uitstap, was daar niemand in die gang behalwe mevrou Du Plessis nie.
Because when I walked out, there was no one in the passage except Mrs. Du Plessis. Wangekho umuntu-ke epassage uma ngiphuma mina ngaphandle kwakhe uMrs. Du Plessis.
Then you ask the deponent whether he wanted to take a bath. Do you remember saying that?
Ek het vir hom verduidelik, as u gaan na die dokument toe,
If you go to the document, I explained to him.
Na bladsy, net kyk na die regte bladsy hierso. Bladsy 1, die voorbladsy.
Page 1.
Yes.
Nee, wag, moet ek net hier kyk. Sien my net 'n geleentheid sal gun.
Just to give me a moment.
Goed. Op bladsy 4
Page 4.
van paragraaf 8.
Paragraph 8.
Yes.
Goed. Ek het vir hom daai vraag gevra en kan ek hom maar inlees of
Can I read it in, that question?
Yes, please.
goed. Ek het vir hom gevra. From the above mentioned questions and answers, it appears to me that the deponent
Sorry.
That's a finding that I
Sorry,
made.
ma'am, just a second. Just need to confirm if it has been redacted.
It hasn't been redacted.
No, yeah, not the redacted. You can read it.
Ek het hom daai vraag gevra, tenminste ek het daai stelling gelees, ek het dit inteendeel vir hom uitgelees. En dan is daar 'n instruksie basies 'n voorstel. Indicate whether the deponent appears to be nervous, anxious, relaxed, tearful, jovial, and or whether he has any special requests. So ek het vir hom gevra of hy enige spesiale requests het.
There is that instruction there asking about the special request. So I basically asked him if he had any special request. Mina ke ngambuza ukuthi sikhona yini isicelo anaso.
En sover my recollectie is, toe vra hy vir my soos wat.
And as far as I can recall, he then asked me something like
En ek het-
wangibuza ke ukuthi okufana nani into enjengani. Yes.
Ek het genoem, miskien 'n bad, ek weet nie wat jou behoefte is of wat jy nodig het nie, as 'n voorbeeld.
And then I mentioned to him maybe a bath. I don't know what your need is or what it is. Just as an example, ngase ngithi kena ke mhlambe nje ugeza ke angazi ukuthi isidingo sakho siyini.
Waarna hy gesê het, I request a bath to contact my family and have an exchange of clothes and to call my child. En die rede hoekom ek verwys het na die bad is maar omdat hy vroeër vir my gesê het dat hy van die 16de Junie af nie gebad het nie. So logika sê vir 'n mens, as jy van die 16de af sê jy het nie gebad nie en daar word vir jou gevra wat se behoeftes jy dalk het, kan dit dalk een van die behoeftes wees. Ek het hom gevra, dis nie noodwendig dat hy dit gehad het nie of moes gehad het nie en dit was die antwoord gewees wat hy gegee het.
And the reason for me asking him that, it was based on what he had told me previously, that he hadn't taken a bath since the 16th of June 2020. So now logic tells you that if someone hadn't taken a bath for such a long time. So that is basically what I had asked him. Ukuthi ke lokho ngimbuza ukuthi kwasasi yini isidingo sakhe noma ke ngoba wayengitshelile ke ngaphambilini ukuthi kusuka ngesikhathi ke engakaze ageze nge16 zika June. Lana ke futhi okunye abekushilo ukuthi ngacela noma ngiyacela ke ngicela ukuthi ngigeze ukuthi ke ngixhumane nomndeni wami futhi ke ngishintshe impahla bese ngigqokile nokuthi futhi ngishayele ucingo ingane yami.
Was that a direct communication between yourselves and the deponent, or was it interpreted through an interpreter?
Ek het dit direk aan hom gevra, die tolk het dit getolk en hy het vir my geantwoord en die tolk het teruggetolk. Sover ek kan onthou.
As far as I can remember, I asked him directly. The interpreter interpreted that, and then he responded, and it was interpreted back. Khumbula kahle ke ukuthi ngabuza yena ke uTolika wase ekhumusha ke lokho wangiphendula ke wase futhi uphinde uTolika ekhumusha futhi.
Even the statement that was taken, was it sorry, what language was it?
Daar's aan my meegedeel dat hy Zulu praat.
It was mentioned to me that I was a Zulu speaking. Ngatshelwa ukuthi ke ukhuluma isiZulu.
There's somewhere where you indicated that the deponent has a heart problem. Can you recall that in your pro forma?
Dis korrek, dis wat hy my meegedeel het.
That's correct. That's what he informed me. Ukuthi ke wayinenkinga ke inhliziyo into angitshela yona leyo.
Did you bother to ask the nature of his illness, the extent or the condition at that time when he was before you? Whether he need medical attention or not?
Nee.
No, angizange ke ngimbuze ke noma ngene kabanzi ke ngimbuze ngalokho noma ngifisa ukwazi ke.
En die rede daarvoor hy het nie gesê hy het nog steeds 'n hartprobleem nie. Hy het vir die hof gesê of vir my gesê hy het ene gehad. He had one, like in the past. Not have one or has one, like in the present. As hy vir my gesê dat hy nog steeds ene het, dan sou ek dit verder gevat het.
If he had indicated that he still had that problem, then I would have taken it further. Akusukuthi ke wayethi inkinga ke leyo anayo ke ngaleso sikhathi wayengitshela ukuthi kwakuyinto ayenayo ngaphambilini. Uma kuwukuthi wayengitshela ukuthi ke kwakusaqhubeka ke ngangizokwenza ke nangizoqinisekisa ke ukuthi khona ke okwenzekayo noma engikwenzayo.
Okay, before I conclude my cross-examination, I just want to ascertain myself if the aspects that, okay. Free and voluntary sound and sober senses. May I approach accused number
Yes,
two?
yes, yes.
Thank you, my Lord, for your indulgence. That concludes my cross-examination.
Okay,
God
thank you.
pleases.
Any re-examination? Oh, sorry, not that, yeah, not that. What's your time then?
It's almost half past, but I think we can finish with the witness.
It's half past 3.
26 past.
26 past 3.
Yes.
You want us to continue?
Yes, I think we
Okay.
can finish with the witness.
Okay. Mr. Mnisi, any questions?
My learned friends, I've got cross-examination. Maybe we can stand down until Monday. The witness has said she can still spare some time
Is that so?
on Monday.
Sal dit gerieflik word vir u aan maandag op dag?
Dit moet een of ander tyd gedoen word en so gou as moontlik want
As from tomorrow, as arranged in relation to the evidence of the magistrate,
Yes.
and I was going to bring an application for the recalling of Colonel Mboto, who has already testified on Friday, together with Sergeant Munareng, on the instructions that I got from accused number 1. And I humbly request the court, Your Worship, sorry, my Lord, that I need to consult with both accused number 1 and number 2 and request the Honorable Court to make an order that I be given some few hours to consult with accused number 1 and number 2, as it pleases the court.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi?
As the court, please, my Lord, we've indicated to our colleagues we're not going to object to the request. The only proviso is that we proceed with the evidence as scheduled for tomorrow.
And when do you intend to recall this Colonel Mboto?
Yeah, we will ask them to be on standby as from tomorrow, my Lord.
Yes, fine. No, the court is amenable to the application for a postponement and for the instruction to advocate Gomez Zulu in respect of accused number 1 and number 2. Our constitution allows a litigant at any stage of the proceedings to augment, change, or fire a legal representative. So the application for the instructions regarding Advocate Mngomezulu are acceded to, because, as I say, the accused enjoys an absolute and unlimited right in terms of our Constitution to choose a legal representative of his choice. Okay.
Inkantolo-ke iyavuma noma-ke ayinankinga nesicelo esilethwe kuyena-ke uMr. Ramusipile ukuthi aqoke yena-ke u-Advocate Mngomezulu ukuthi-ke aqhubekeke nokuthi amele umsolo wokuqala kanye nowesibili. Ushilo-ke u-Advocate Mngomezulu ukuthi uzoxela-ke ukuthi iqhutshekwe kusasa nanjengoba esadinga-ke isikhathi sokuthi akhulumisane naye umsolo wokuqala kanye nalowo wesibili. Wakusho-ke nokuthi uKennel Mbotho esenikezile ngobufakazi bakhe ngoLwesihlanu kanye noSergeant Munareng uzocela-ke ukuthi nabo-ke baphinde babizwe futhi.
So this court issues the order that Colonel Mbotho and Ms. Constable Munareng should be recalled, and the arrangements will be left to the prosecutor, Mr. Baloi, together with Mr. Ramusipili and Mr. Mngomezulu as to when that eventuality should occur.
Inkantolo futhi-ke isiyahambisana-ke naloko ukuthi-ke uKennel Mbotho kanye naye uConstable Munareng babuyeke nanjengofakazi ukuthi bazobuya nini-ke lokho-ke izokuyekela kubona-ke u-Advocate Baloyi, uMr. Ramusipile kanye naye u-Advocate Mngomezulu.
Okay. And this is the court, in respect of the proceedings which are enduring from today up to whenever Mr. Mnisi is again available. I'll be failing my duty if I do not advise accused number 3 that this court has made an order in terms of section 159 that the proceedings regarding this court should proceed in the absence of Advocate Mnisi on the proviso that all the evidence that is led beginning from today, that evidence is captured on record, will be made available to Mr. Mnisi so that he can consult with his client, accused number 3.
Mr. Mncube, inkantolo ikhuluma nawe ukuthi nanjengoba le nkantolo ibishilo-ke ukuthi izoqhubeka-ke engekho-ke yena ummeli wakho u-Advocate Mnisi isebenzisa yena-ke u-section 159 wawo umthethosisekelo ukuthi-ke konke obekuzokwenzeka-ke noma kwenzekayo kusukela namuhla-ke lesi sikhathi engekho yena u-Advocate Mnisi ukuthi-ke kuzorekhodwa-ke bese ukuthi-ke akunikezwe ahlale phansi nawe akhulumisane noma consulte nawe ngaloko okwenzekile noma okhulunyiwe nkathi ebengekho enkantolo.
And this is made in terms of our Constitution, namely that an accused person should face his accusers, meaning the witnesses who testify here, so that you don't suffer any prejudice regarding the fact that if your advocate is not here, then ukwebelesa again, because our people may not understand why it's happening. But the law allows it, not me. The law allows it in the case of an emergency like pertaining to Mr. Mnisi, that he is involved in a apartheid matter, according to him, which commenced before this trial, and that is enjoined to continue and finalize it. So our law enjoins us as the court constituted together with the advocates and myself that there should be no perceptible or plausible prejudice which must be suffered by accused number 3. So all the evidence will be replayed in the presence of Mr. Mnisi, And if he so desires, he can cross-examine and pursue any other aspect which transpired when he was not present in court. Okay.
Ikusho-ke inkantolo ukuthi lokho ekwenzayo akusiyona-ke into engaphandle komthetho kodwa yinto-ke ehambisana nomthetho ukuthi lokhu-ke iyakwazi ukuthi inkantolo ingakwenza noma ingaqhubeka icala ngoba ushilo u-advocate Mnisi wathi-ke i-case lena akuyona i-case eyaqala ngaphambi kokuthi lena-ke i-case iqale okusho ukuthi-ke nanjengoba ijaji eshilo-ke ukuthi umthetho uyavumela-ke ukuthi nanjengomsolwa-ke ubhekane nalaba abaletha-ke ubufakazi ngakuwena bese kuthi-ke uma esekhona u-advocate Mnisi alalele konke lokhu ebeqhubeka enkantolo akhulumisane noma-consultant nawe bese-ke kuyaqhutsheka-ke ukusuka lapho.
So you are also advised by this court to take notes and note the evidence that is being adduced in the absence of your counsel so that you can give him instructions arising from whatever perceptions you regard as important for him to be apprised of in order that he must conveniently cross-examine the witnesses in terms of your instructions. Okay.
Nawe-ke inkantolo iyakwazisa-ke noma isiyakutshela-ke Mr. Mncube ukuthi kuleyo ndawo ohlezi kuyona-ke kunofakazi olana unikeze noma uwethula ubufakazi wenzeke ama-notes noma-ke ubhale lokho othi-ke uyafuna ukuthi ukubhale uma esefika-ke ummeli wakho umchazele ukuthi cha yiloku ebekade kushiwo noma yilanga ama-notes engiwenzile waloko bekushiwa ufakazi la enkantolo. Kuyezwakala?
Understand, sir?
Kuyezwakala Baba Mncube? I understand, my lord.
Okay, so the matter then, for those reasons that Mr. Mncube are going to be ceased with the defense of accused number 1 and 2. The matter is then postponed to tomorrow. You say tomorrow, Mr. Baloyi, who is the next witness?
It's the magistrate, Ms. Cronje, my lord.
And the court, okay, fine. And the court orders, where's the head of the security in respect of any witness? Are there any security officers here?
It's the prison officials from.
Okay. So it's only the prison officials.
Modabi and Koshimambu in respect of accused 1 and 2.
Okay. So I request you, sirs, to accord Mr. Ngomezulu the opportunity to consult with accused number 1 and 2, so that you mustn't just take them away now. If needs be, please take them again away as the arranged time at 3:30. Is that okay? Where's the head of the? Where is he? Okay. Can you give us an indulgence to let Mr. Ngomezulu consult with accused number 1 and 2, and you can take accused number 1 and 2 together with the other accused at the normal regular time, which is 3:30. Is that not so? Yes. Yeah? Yes. Yes? I'm listening. I'm listening. Yes, 3:30. Okay, thank you. Right, the court will adjourn then until tomorrow.
Please, my lord, the state calls the next witness. It's Mrs. Vivian Cronje. My lord, while she's still on the way, we have further redacted the pro forma which she'll be using. My colleagues have made an input in that exercise. It's been handed up as Exhibit JJ, if I'm not mistaken. Is witness number 91 on the list? And in light thereof, my Lord, will then request that the previous exhibit JJ be retrieved so that we can hand up this one that has been redacted.
Just before we start, Madam, can you just double check the spaces that have been blocked containing the incriminating evidence?
We will provide a copy to my colleagues.
I don't have to see that document.
Thank you, my lord.
My Lord, this is the redacted copy.
Yeah, I'm saying in terms of the law, I don't have to see that document until.
Yeah, but this is just a pro forma. This is just a pro forma, not a statement, my Lord.
I'm aware of that. Because when Colonel Mboto was testifying, you never handed up. Remember?
We did hand up the pro forma.
No, we never.
We handed up exhibits that the state was going to use in the, I think it was exhibit GG.
Yeah, fine. If you have a copy, fine. You hand it up when the time comes.
Yes, it was exhibit GG, and the photos, we handed up the photos that we are going to use as exhibit GG1.
The photos?
Yes.
Exhibit GG1.
The magistrate is on her way.
Yeah, fine.
May I also approach my learned colleague to refer also to a passage that the defense believes it should be also redacted at this stage?
I thought you did that before I came to court.
We were just beginning the process, my lord, waiting for the court before I do so.
Just for my understanding, is that a statutory form?
Yes, my lord, it's a pro forma.
Is it a statutory form?
Well, I don't think there's any prescribed format, my lord.
Is that a statutory form?
No, it's not, my lord. It's just a rule of practice that the presiding officers and justice of the peace use, my lord. So it's just a guide, a rule of practice, my lord.
Okay. And who compiles that rule of practice?
Well, like in this instance, my lord, the senior magistrate for a particular office would keep the pro forma, and when the need arises, the magistrate will then go to that senior magistrate and request a copy. So it's a practice that has developed throughout the years, my lord, just to make it easier for the process to be finalized, my lord.
And in the compilation of that rule of practice, as you say, it complies with Section 35 of the Constitution.
Yes, indeed, my lord.
Now, what are you redacting?
Well, during the process, my lord, of asking those introductory questions, certain things will be said by the deponent that are separate from the statement itself that should not, at this stage, my lord, be contained in the pro forma. Now, we removing those portions until the prerequisites, my lord, have been determined. So, in other words, those are the portions that were said by the deponent that actually belong to the statement itself. So we're removing them at this stage already, my lord, until the admissibility has been determined.
Okay. In Afrikaans? No, no problem.
The following naam.
Swear the witness in.
Die volle naam van asseblief.
Vivian Cronje.
Okay, die enige beswaar om u eer te neem.
Nee.
Zweer u dat die getuienis wat u zal afleveren die waarheid zal wees, die volle waarheid en niks anders als die waarheid nie. Steek die rechterhand op en sê so help my God.
So help my God.
The witness is sworn in, the full names of Vivian Cronje.
Yeah.
Soos jy opberg, die proforma is in Engels en die getuig in Afrikaans. So ons sal moet op 'n stadium besluit oor die taalkwessie.
Nee, die getuie verkies om te getuig in Afrikaans. En Afrikaans in terme van onze constitutie is 'n taal wat bekrachtig is. So if he prefers to testify in Afrikaans, you must proceed in Afrikaans. It means you must translate those pro forma forms as they are worded, unless you have an Afrikaans version.
As a could please, my lord, we only have the English version, but we will proceed in Afrikaans.
This indicates, my lord, the question can be in English, you will just respond in Afrikaans.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Ik wil verder onder die opse aandacht brengen dat er een audio-opname van die onderhoud wat mevrouw Cronje met die deposant gehad het. Die audio-opname is beschikbaar. Ik heb voor mijn collega's meegedeeld dat daar die opname is beschikbaar. Ons gaan echter niet die audio-opname gebruiken, nie, maar dit is tot die beschikking van ons collega's.
There's also an audio recording that Mrs. Cronje did with the deponent. Indicated to my colleagues that that audio recording is available. We are not going to make use of it, but I have placed it, made it available to my colleagues.
Okay.
En verder, jullie is ons aangeduid dat is een proforma. Al die gevraagde gedeeltes is uitgewis en ons gaan op hierdie stadium verlof vra om die verlofvorm
Intanig, dis eintlik reeds ingehandig as bewyslik JJ. Ja, JJ. My collega's het insit gehad aan al die gewrakte gedeeltes wat uitgewis moet word.
We've already made mention, my lord, that there is a performer and there's also some parts that have been sketched out, and those were also indicated, or my colleagues know about that, and the form has already been handed in as Exhibit JJ.
Okay, yeah. Waar is die afskrif?
Ons aandag die geredakteerde weergawe op. Ons sal dan vra dat die vorige afskrif wat ingehandig is aan ons terugbesorg word.
Ek is nie bewus van 'n afskrif wat ingehandig het in hierdie hof nie.
Okay.
Daar is nie so 'n afskrif aan my.
Soos jou dag, dan vra ons verlof om dan die geredakteerde afskrif as bewyslik JJ in te dien.
Okay.
Requesting to hand after this version as Exhibit JJ.
And the one of Colonel Mboto will be exhibit, as you said?
GG.
Mboto is exhibit GG, okay? You'll have to hand that one.
Sorry, Mboto is FF, I'm sorry, Malati.
So it's FF?
Yes, FF.
Okay.
So far, the following exhibits have been handed up in a trial within a trial. It's Exhibit EE, the charge sheet of proceedings in the lower court in this matter.
And that was also, you have attached it to my
yes,
bundle?
Indeed.
Exhibit EE?
Yes.
Charge sheet in the lower court?
Yes.
Right.
Exhibit FF is the pro forma, confession pro forma for case number 1 to Lieutenant Colonel Mboto on 30 May 2020.
Yeah.
Then there's Exhibit GG. It's a pro forma of pointing out by accused number 1 to Lieutenant Colonel Khadebe on 5 June 2020. And attached to that are photos that have been handed up as Annex Charge GG1.
GG7?
No, GG1. Photos 1 up to 7.
Yes.
Yes.
So it's GG1, GG2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7?
Yes, as the court pleases.
Right.
Then Exhibit HH was a pro forma for a confession made by accused number 2 to Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu on the 19th of June 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's this exhibit that we've just handed up, the pro forma confession by accused number 2 to Magistrate Grenier.
All right.
Now, my lord, at this stage, the state is going to lead evidence of a statement made by a person. The name of that person corresponds with the name of the accused. In terms of Section 217 of Act 51 of 1977, to a magistrate.
Right.
There was a catch-all explanation given at the beginning that all these statements are going to be disputed on the basis that they were not freely and voluntarily made.
Right, so?
Subject to confirmation by my learned friend, I suppose that is also applicable to the current statement.
Which Mrs. Kronje is going to testify?
Yes, indeed, my lord.
Is it a statement or a confession?
Is it a statement in terms of 217?
Okay,
So it
217, it's a
yes.
confession then.
Yes, it is a confession.
Right. Is it being disputed, the admissibility thereof? Mr. Mlowizo. Is it being disputed?
It is being disputed.
On what basis?
On the basis of that it has been obtained under duress.
Obtained under duress.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
That the deponent did not sign the statement.
The deponent did not sign the statement before Mrs. Cronier.
Correct.
The deponent did not sign the statement before Mrs. Cronier. Right?
And lastly, my Lord, the statement was not made as alleged freely and voluntarily by the deponent.
So the statement was not made freely and voluntarily.
That's correct, my Lord. Court, please.
Izathu ke anikezayo ummeli athi ke imbangela yokuthi kuphikiswane ke nale statement ufakazi azofakaza ngaso ukuthi ke okokuqala le statement lesi ke akazange noma ke waphoqwa ke owayinikeza ngaso waphoqwa ukuthi ke anikeze ngaso akazange futhi asayinde phambi kwakhe ke umagistrate lona okhona lana ozoba ufakazi nokuthi futhi ke akazange akusho noma ke lokho okulapho kubhaliwe lapho kwangaphumi kuyena ke ngokuyithandela.
Just one aspect, Mr. Jonas, I know you for years. You are competent to interpret from Afrikaans into English, English into Zulu, Afrikaans into Zulu, and vice versa.
Correct, sir.
Yeah, let's put it on record. Because you have to interpret in English for, I don't know, for some of our colleagues who don't understand Afrikaans. Are there people, colleagues here who don't understand Afrikaans? Do you need an interpreter? Do you need interpreters?
Correspondent.
Hello?
In this moment, I can understand a bit of Afrikaans, but I need interpretation as a basis.
Mr. Jonas is here. He will interpret for all of you. Okay. Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
As indicated, the witness is witness number 91.
91, right, yeah.
Yeah, on the witness list. Mevrouw Cronier, wat is die van beroep?
Mrs. Just net voor de antwoord gemeente kansen te Mrs. Cronier, what is your occupation? Ufuna ukwazi kumshushisi ukuthi umsebenzi awenzayo uyini magma antwoord.
I'm an ex-landros.
I am a magistrate, Manchi.
En bij watter kantoor is u verbonden?
In which office are you attached? Yiphi in kantolo osebenza kuyona?
My standplaas is Kempton Park. Huidiglik verrig ek aflosdienste by die Takhof Vosloorus.
My
Takhof van Boksburghof.
Okay, my office is Kempton Park, but currently I am working on a what is I've lost? Yeah. Relief, sorry my lord, as a reliever at Vosloorus Court, which is a branch of Boksburg. Ngisebenza ke Kempton Park kodwa manje la engisiza khona ke ihhovisi noma inkantolo yase Vosloorus engaphansi kwayo iBoksburg.
Wat is die hoofsetel van die Vosloorus Takhof?
Boksburghof.
It's Boksburg Court. The question was which is the main branch of the Vosloorus Court, and it is Boksburg Court. Inkantolo yase Vosloorus ingaphansi ke kwayo inkantolo yase Boksburg.
And hoe lank is u landros?
How long have you been a magistrate?
Sedert 1996, 1 Julie.
Since the 1st of July 1996. Ukusuka ke nge-1 zika July ngo-1996 nguyena uManji.
My permanente aanstelling het eers 'n jaar later in 1997 deurgekom.
And my permanent appointment only came in a year later, that is now in 1997. Ukuthi ngiqashwe-ke ngokuthi-ke ngisebenze-ke noma ngime-permanent kweza-ke emuva kwesikhathi esingangonyaka ngo-1997.
Nou, voor u landros geword het, wat het u gedoen?
Before becoming a magistrate, what were you doing? Ngaphambilini kokuthi-ke ube uyena umantshi, yini owawuyenza?
Ek was 'n staatsaanklaer van beroep met ingang van 1 Desember 1990.
Okay, just a minute. In December 1999,
Nee, 1990. 1990.
Yeah, that's correct. I get that. I was a prosecutor starting from the 1st of December 1990. Ngangi umshushisi-ke ngaphambilini kokuthi ngibe uyena umantshi ngaqala ngo-1 December 1990.
Was tot en met 1 Julie toe u as landros aangestel was?
Was that now up until 1 July when you were appointed as a magistrate?
Dis korrek.
That is correct. Yebo-ke lokho-ke kwaze ngaba uyena-ke umshushisi kwaze kwayoshaya-ke uJuly noma i-1 zikaJuly uma ngithola-ke umsebenzi wokuthi ngibe imantshi.
Is it correct that vir die tydperk 1 Julie 96 tot u permanente aanstelling in 97 u was waarnemende landros?
Dis korrek.
Is it correct that from your time of appointment, that is 1 July 1996, up until your permanent appointment in 1997, you were an acting magistrate? Yes, that is correct. Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi kusukela-ke ngayo ngazo i-1 July 1996 kwaze kwaba u-1997-ke ngangiwu-magistrate kodwa ngingasiyena-ke u-magistrate o-permanent.
Ek toon aan u 'n dokument wat ingehandig is as bewijslik hier.
I'm giving you now or showing you a document which has been handed in as Exhibit JJ.
Kan u vir u of die document identifiseer?
Can you identify the document for the court? Kunale document-ke engizokubonisa yona-ke esifakiwe noma idlulisiwe enkantolo nanjengosiboniso noma-ke u-Exhibit JJ.
There is daardie document voor u.
Is the document in front of you?
Ek het die oorspronklike dokument voor my. Dit is sonder die dele wat u aangedui het verwyder is en dit is die konfessie wat ek afgeneem het op 24 Junie 2020.
I have the original document in front of me, and it is without the portions that you have already indicated, which were scrapped out, and it is a confession that was taken on the 24th of June 2020. Phambi kwami nginale document-ke ekuyiyona-ke noma ebizwa ngokuthi-ke original, futhi-ke le ndawo okhulume ngazo lezi ey'khishiwe noma ey'qishiwe noma ey'suliwe azikho kulena enginayo. Lena-ke ila noma kubizwa ngokuthi-ke i-confession eyathathwa-ke ngeyi-24 zika-June 2020.
Kan u kortliks vir u of die agtergrond gee van die gebeure wat aanleiding gegee het tot die verrigting wat geboekstaaf is in bewijslik
Can you just briefly give the court a background of what happened or transpired with regards to that which is documented on this exhibit, which is JJ? Uma nje kafishane-ke usungatshela-ke inkantolo ukuthi kwenzekani noma kwenzeka kanjani-ke ukuthi-ke kubhalwe lokhu okubhaliwe la kule document ephambi kwakho ewu-exhibit JJ.
Die kantoorhoof van die Hoofhof in Boksburg, wie ook die senior landros is, mevrou Du Plessis.
Just look. The senior magistrate, who is also the office head of the magistrate in Boksburg, which is Mrs. Du Plessis, oyinhloko-ke noma ephetheke kwinkantolo yona-ke leyo eyase-Boksburg okuyena unkosikazi noma-ke uMrs. Du Plessis, ja.
Het my op 24 Junie 2020 ongeveer 11 uur die oggend by Vosloorus telefonies gekontak.
Contacted me on the 24th of June 2020 at 11 o'clock in the morning telephonically, yes, it contacted me telephonically at Boksburg Magistrate Court.
No.
Sorry.
Vosloorus.
Jammer. At Vosloorus Magistrate Court. Okwenzeka-ke lana ukuthi loyo-ke ophethe khona lapho-ke enkantolo yase-Vosloorus ekuyena uMrs Du Plessis ngazo i-24 zika-June 2020 isikhathi kwaku-11 ekuseni wangishayela ucingo. Yeah.
Die dienste verrig ter Vosloorus Hof op die betrokke dag.
Did you perform duties at Vosloorus Court on the mentioned date?
Dis korrek.
That is correct. Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngalelo langa lelo ke ngangisebenza kuyona ke leyo nkantolo leyo eyase Vosloorus.
Ja, u kan voortgaan.
Sy het my versoek om 'n bekentenis af te neem te Boksburghof.
She requested me to take down a confession at Boksburg Court. Wase engicela ke ukuthi ngithathe ke noma ngiyokwenza noma ngiyobhala phansi ke i-confession kwinkantolo yase Boksburg.
Aangesien sy self en van die ander senior landroste wat meer senior in posisie was, nie beskikbaar was om die konfessie af te neem nie weens hulle betrokkenheid na bewering by artikel 205 wat hulle self hanteer het met betrekking tot die aangeleentheid waarvoor ek versoek was om 'n konfessie af te neem.
Reason being that she herself, as well as other senior magistrates who were much senior, were in no position or couldn't be involved or take part in the taking down of the confession, seeing that they were personally involved in the section 205 of the very same matter. Isizathu ke noma imbangela yokuthi angiceleke kwakuwukuthi yena kanye nabanye noma ke oza kwabo ababengaphezulu ke kuyena ngesikhundla noma ababesinya kuyena ke bengakwazi ke noma bengakwazi ukuthi bangayenza le confession lena ngoba ke kwakusekukhona ke ngaphambilini lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke section 205 okuhlanganisa nalo lecala leli ke ababasebe kwenzile. Okusho ukuthi ke babengakwazi ukuthi bangaphinde benze okunye okumayela nalo lo daba futhi.
Dis bietjie hoor sê maar dit vir die volgorde van die getuienis dit sal seker nie veel skade doen as dit op rekord geplaas word.
It is yes, my lord, but as the evidence will be then unfolding or proceeding, I don't think that it would it won't cause that much of damage.
So, mevrou Du Plessis het die meegedeel dat hulle gediskwalifiseer is aangesien hulle reeds betrokke was by artikel 205 aansoeke aangaande hierdie aangeleentheid.
So Mrs. Du Plessis informed you, in other words, that they were now being they were disqualified in proceeding or taking down the confession, seeing that they had already been involved in the section 205 of the very same matter.
Dit is korrek.
Sorry.
Yeah. I'll actually to raise an objection in relation to this evidence. Yes. It amounts to hearsay. Unless Mrs. Du Plessis will be called to testify and confirm the contents thereof.
That's it?
As a court, please, my lord, it's not important. We're not going to belabor the point. We're not going to dwell on that.
Ignore that evidence.
Yes, as a court, please.
She received a call from Mrs. Du Plessis and she came.
Yes.
And conducted
Dis korrek.
That is correct.
Interview for the confession.
Yes. Yes, u kan voortgaan. Wat het toe verder gebeur?
Ek het ongeveer so 2:25 die middag nadat my hof afgehandel is by Vosloorus by Boksburghof gearriveer.
Okay. 25, ne? I arrived at I arrived then at the court, mentioned court, my lord, at 14:25 in the afternoon after my court at Boksburg was now done or had been concluded.
Sorry. Vosloorus, not Boksburg.
Okay, I'm just mixing these two courts. My apologies. Get it right. I'm confusing these two, Vosloorus and Boksburg, my lord. Ngafika ke kulenkantolo la engangicele khona ukuthi ngizokwenza confession lena. Isikhathi engafika ngaso u14:25 emuva kokuthi inkantolo la ebengisebenza khona yayise iqedile ngalelo langa lelo.
Ja.
Ek het na die kantoor beweeg wat vir my aangewys is te wete kamer nommer 2 waar ek die konfessie sou moes afneem wat vir my voorberei is.
Okay. I then proceeded to the office that was pointed out to me, which was room number 2, and where the confession would have then been prepared for me. Ngase ngihamba ke ngiya kulelo room ke noma kulelo camera lelo ke abangikhombisa lona ke ekwaku room number 2 la ekwakuse khona ke confession leyo engangise ngizokwenzelwa khona.
Kan jy net dit opklaar? Wat was vir u gereed gemaak?
Can you just place that on record? What was prepared for you?
Net die kantoor was beskikbaar gestel vir my, sodat ek 'n plek het om te sit met die deposant en wie ook al teenwoordig moes wees om die konfessie te kon afneem.
It was only the office, my lord, that I was going to make use of, so that I would just have a place available for me together with the deponent and whoever would have been present. Kwakuyiroom nje lelo kuphela engangizohlala kulona ke kanye futhi naloyo ke engangizoxoxisana ngikhulumisane naye nomunye ke okwakuzoba nesidingo sokuthi abe khona lapho.
In die gang het ek 'n sterk teenwoordigheid van Ekurhuleni metropolisiebeamptes gevind wat gewapend was, wat daar rondgestaan en beweeg het.
In the passage I then found a strong contingent of Ekurhuleni Metro Police who was standing there as well as moving around and who were also armed. Ngathi mase ngihamba ke epassagini ngathola ke amaphoyisa ke noma eMetro Police asekuruleni ayekhona ke lapho kulelo passage lelo futhi ke ayehlomile, amanye ayemile, amanye ke ayehamba noma enyakazi.
Een kant van hulle by die of naby die deur van die betrokke kantoor het ek 'n jongerige man gesien staan wat in handboeie was.
On the one side of where they were, on one side of the passage, just close to the door, I saw a young man who was handcuffed. Ngase ngibona ke kwakhona ke lapho kolunye nje uhlangothi ke la ababemi khona kunensizwa ke eyayimi lapho ke futhi ifakwe ozankosi.
Hy het weggestaan van die betrokke beweging van die Ekurhuleni metropolisielede en tesame met hom het gestaan 'n ander ouerige man wat netjies geklee was in 'n pak klere wat by hom gestaan het.
He was just standing away from the movement of the Ekurhuleni Metro Police, and next to him was an elderly gentleman who was smartly dressed, who was clothed in a suit. Eduze kwakhe ke kwakumi ke kunobaba ke ongathi ke uma umbhekile ke na ke kwakubaba osemdala noma osekhululeke yena ke owayegqoke nje kahle futhi ke egqoke isuit.
Ek het 'n beampte genader van hierdie Ekurhuleni beamptes wie later aan my bekend geword het as meneer Liesering en versoek dat al die name van die betrokke Ekurhuleni persone wat teenwoordig is lys opgestel moet word en aan my verskaf moet word.
I then approached a gentleman who later became known to me as a Mr. Liesering, and also requested the gentleman to provide me with names of all the Ekurhuleni Metro Police officers that were there, and to give me that list. Ngase ke ngikhulumisana ke nomlisa ke lapho kamuva ke engathi ke uma sengimazi ke ngathola ukuthi uMr. Liesering, ngamcela ke ukuthi angiphe uhla lamagama lwalabo ababe khona lapho abasebenzela Ekurhuleni Metro Police.
Die persoon in die boeie, die man wat by hom gestaan het in die pak klere en die Ekurhuleni metropolisielede was nie een bekend aan my gewees nie.
The person that was handcuffed, the gentleman that was standing next to him with wearing a suit, as well as the Ekurhuleni Metro Police officers, none of them were known to me. Kulona ke owayifaka uzankosi, lona owayemeduze kwakhe ke egqoke isuti kanye nalabo abasebenzela iEkurhuleni Metro Police, akekho noyedwa engangimazi kubona.
Meneer Liesering was nie beïndruk met die feit dat ek versoek het dat die lede se name aan my verskaf word wie die betrokke persoon wat die bekentenis moes aflê vergesel het nie.
Mr. Liesering was not impressed with my request to provide me with a list of names of the Ekurhuleni Metro Police officers, as well as the person who was accompanying the gentleman or the gentleman that was handcuffed.
En ek het hom maar net
Die staat gaan later vir meneer Constable Liesering roep as 'n getuie.
Mr. Liesering will be called later as a witness. Mr. Liesering ke akuzange kumphathe kahle ke lokho engacela kuyena ke ukuthi akangiphe uhla lwamagama lalabo ke ama Metro Police officers lawo aseGololeni kanye nalona futhi owayehamba nalona ke owayefakoza Nkosi umshushisi useyasho ukuthi Mr. Liesering loyo ke uzobizwa ke naye njengofakazi.
Meneer Liesering is meegedeel dat alle persone betrokke by hierdie aangeleentheid en wat die betrokke persoon vergesel se name benodig word om aangeheg te word aan die konfessie vir deursigtigheid en hy het aangedui dat hy dit verstaan.
Mr. Liesering was informed that the names of all those that took part or that were involved in this matter, as well as the person accompanying the gentleman that was in handcuffs, that those were needed, and that Mr. Liesering was then understood that. Mr. Liesering wase etshelwa ke imbangela noma izathu ke sokuthi ke kuyisidingo ke sokuthi lawo magama lewo ke ayadingeka ke ukuthi la abe khona ke futhi azothi futhi ke abekwe ke noma hlanganiswe nayo ke i-confession lena, and that it was also necessary in order to attach it to the confession. That list would be attached to the confession.
Die senior landers was op daardie stadium ook in die gang en het so skuins agter meneer Liesering gestaan, ongeveer so 'n meter van hom af.
So the senior landless, The senior magistrate was also present in that very same passage, just slightly behind Mr. Liesering, and was just a meter away from Mr. Liesering at that point. Ngaleso sikhathi leso ke umagistrate ke okuyena ke ophethe ke noma ke oyinhloko ke wayekhona ke kuleyo passage leyo, futhi ke nje emuva kwakhe uLiesering, futhi ke ibanga elingangemeter emuva kwakhe uMr. Liesering.
Meneer Liesering het aanvanklik voordat ek hom verduidelik het waarom die name benodig word, aangedui dat hy deur my geïntimideer voel.
And Mr. Liesering initially mentioned it to me that before I could explain to him the reason why the list was needed, informed me or said to me that he felt intimidated by me or by myself. Wasangitshela ke uMr. Liesering ngaphambilini nje kokuthi ngimtshele ke imbangela noma izathu sokuthi kwakungani amagama lawo ke efuneka ukuthi ke usezizwa njengomuntu ke osatshiswayo ke osatshiswa yimina.
Goed, daar was nou hierdie gesprek tussen u en meneer Constable Liesering oor die lys van almal wat teenwoordig daar was. Wat het toe gebeur na daardie gesprek?
There was now this conversation between yourself and Mr. Liesering about this list. What happened thereafter? Emuva kokuthi kusekhona lenkulumo phakathi kwakho noLiesering mayelana namagama kwasekwenzekana emuva kwalokho.
Nadat ek aan hom verduidelik het waarom die lys benodig is, het hy verstaan en ek het in die kantoor inbeweeg.
After I then informed him the reason why the list was needed, he understood. I then moved into the office. Kuthe emuva kwalokho ke esezwile ke uma ngimchazela ngase ngena ke ngaphakathi ehhovisi.
Watter kantoor is hierdie no?
Dit is kamer nommer 2. Wat aan my uitgewys is as die kamer of kantoor wat ek moet gebruik vir die konfessie.
Which office is that now? That is room number 2, which was pointed out to me as the room that I was going to use for the confession. Ilele room ke noma le camera ke eli number 2 engangikhonjiswe lona ukuthi yilona engizolisebenzisa.
Ja, jy kan voortgaan.
Ek het my rekenaar opgestel en ek het my dokumentasie reg gekry waarna ek weer uit is na die senior landros toe.
I then set up my PC or my computer, and then I also prepared my documents whereafter I went out again to the senior magistrate. Ngase ngilungisa ke i-PC noma ke i-computer yami, ngase futhi ngikhipha ke amaphepha ke noma ke ama-documents engizowasebenzisa, ngase ngiphuma ke emuva kwalokho ngaya kuyena ke u-senior magistrate.
Ek is voorsien van 'n pro forma vorm wat nie ingevul was nie.
I was provided with a pro forma form which was not completed, which was blank. Ngase nginikezwa ke iphepha ke ekubizwa ngokuthi i-pro forma ekwakungabhalwe lutho kulona.
En dit is die huidige vorm wat voor die hof is.
And it is the current form which is before the court. Iyona ke lena ephambi kwecourt njengamanje.
Dis nou bevestig hier.
Ek het terugbeweeg, dis korrek. Ek het terugbeweeg in die kantoor in en terwyl ek in die kantoor inbeweeg het saam met my inbeweeg 'n polisiebeampte in privaat klere wie later aan my bekend geword het as Sergeant Bongani.
I then went back and moved back into the office, and together with me as I moved into the office, it was a police officer who was wearing a private, who was in private, who later became known to me as Sergeant Bongani. Ngathi ke uma sengibuyela noma sengena ke phakathi kwi-office lelo kwase ngilandelwa ke iphoyisa kamuva ke engaye ngalazi nanjengo Sergeant Bongani.
Terselfdertyd het die tolk inbeweeg as ook die betrokke man wat ek buite gesien het wat in boeye was, as ook die betrokke persoon wat saam met hom daar gestaan het ingekom in die kantoor in.
At the same time, my lord, the interpreter moved in or went into the room, and then the gentleman in handcuffs moved into the room, as well as the person that accompanied that gentleman in handcuffs who was wearing a suit also went into the room. Kwathi ke kwase kungena naye ke uTolika kwangena ke nalomlisa owayefakwe ozankosi kanye futhi ke kwangena nalo owayemkhapha noma ehamba naye owayegqoke isuit.
Ja, u kan
Die betrokke tolk het aan die oorkant van die tafel aan my linkerkant gaan sit en die betrokke persoon in die handboeie het langs haar gaan sit aan die oorkant van die tafel aan my regterkant.
Okay. The interpreter sat in front of me, but on the more to the left, to my left, on the other side of the table. The person in the handcuffs sat next to the interpreter, which would be now to my right. Utolika ke wase ehlala ke phambi uTolika wase ehlala ke ngaphambili njena lapha kodwa ke kuhlangothi la ngaku left kwase kuthi lona ke ofake ozankosi wahlala phambi kwami ke na ke kuhlangothi la ngakwesokudla.
May I withdraw my objection? May I withdraw my objection, my lord? It's something that has been clarified under interpretation.
What was that?
I was heard that the interpreter said.
It's a sit.
Or sit instead of said.
No,
thank you.
It's Afrikaans. He sat on the other side of the table and the deponent sat next to the interpreter. Okay.
Die man
Wag, draai u kennis van die naam van die tolk?
Do you know the name of the interpreter?
ja, dit was 'n mevrou Mutlating wat gestasioneer is sover ek weet by Boksburg die Hoofhof.
Yes, it was Mrs. Mutlaping who, as far as my knowledge goes, is stationed at Boksburg Court. Utolika ke uyabuza ukuthi amazini igama yebo kwaku Mrs. Mutlaping engimazi ke ukuthi ke usebenza kwinkantolo yase Boksburg.
Ja, kan voortgaan.
Die betrokke man in die pak klere wie later aan my bekend geword het as meneer Mjiyaku het skuins agter die deposant gaan sit op 'n stoel. Dit was die enigste ander beskikbare stoel in die kantoor. Die kantoor is 'n redelike klein kantoortjie
Okay. The gentleman that was wearing a suit then went to sit just slightly behind the gentleman in the handcuffs, which was handcuffed, and in one of the chairs, which was the only chair that was available, because the office was a small office. Wasekuthi ke ubaba ke lona wayehamba ke noma ke ekhaphe lona wayifake ozankosi okuwumnika ekwakumnumzana umjiyako yena ke wase ehlala nje emuva ke kwalona owayefake ozankosi.
Net vir record deal eindes kan jy die naam Mjiyako spell?
M-J-I-I-A-K-O.
Mjiyako is spelled as M-J-I-Y-A-K-O. Mjiyako loy.
Ja, jy kan voortgaan.
Meneer Mjiyako het skuins agter na die linkerkant van die persoon in die boeie gesit.
Mr. Mjiyako sat just slightly behind, more to the left side of the person in the handcuffs. Mjiyako ke wase ehlala ke emuva nje kancane ke ngakuhlangothi lwangaku left walo owayefakwe ozankosi.
Sergeant Bongani het vir my aangedui dat hy van die nasionale cold case investigation unit in Pretoria is.
Sergeant Bongani informed me that he was from the National Cold Case Investigation Unit in Pretoria. Sorry. Yena ke uSergeant Bongani wangazisa noma wangichazela ke ukuthi ubuya kuloko noma ke ku-unit ababizwa ngokuthi National Cold Case Investigation in Pretoria.
En dat hy die persoon is wie die deposant na die kantoor gebring het.
And that he was the person who brought the deponent to the office. Nokuthi uyena ke owayelethe loyo ke owayezokhulumisana ke noma ezokunika ke istatement kulona lelo office.
Soos jou wag, die staat gaan later vir Sergeant Bongani roep as 'n getuie.
Dit sal tydelik toegelaat word, daai getuienis in verband met die uitgawings van Mr. Miyako. Bongani, sorry.
Sergeant
Bongani.
The state indicates that the state will call Sergeant Bongani at a later stage, and the court indicates that portion will be provisionally admitted.
Sergeant Bongani is versoek om sy aanstellingssertifikaat te toon aan my, welke hy dit ook gedoen het, en reëlings is met hom getref om afskrifte te maak van hierdie aanstellingssertifikaat wat ek later aan die konfessie vasgeheg het.
Sergeant Bongani was then requested to produce his appointment certificate, which he did, and I also made a request for him to make a copy or copies of that appointment certificate for it to be attached to the confession. Ngase ngimcela ke uSergeant Bongani loyo ke ukuthi akangikhombiseke lokhu okushoyo ke noma ke okuyinkomba yokuthi ngempela ke uyiphoyisa lokhu abakubiza ngokuthi ke appointment certificate into awayenza ke leyo. Ngase ngimcela ke ukuthi enze icopy leyo ke ezohlanganiswa ke nayo iconfession leyo.
Terwyl ons op hierdie onderwerp is, kan jy net vir jou daardie foto van Sergeant Bongani aantoon?
Whilst we are on that subject, can you just show the court that photo of Sergeant Bongani?
Dit is aangeheg as A, bewysstuk A of aanhangsel A tot die dokument.
It is indicated as Exhibit A to this, Annexure A to this document, my lord. Lana ke u Annexure noma ke u A kulona ke le document le.
Dit volg net na die sertifikaat deur die tolk, is dit reg?
Dis korrek.
Does it follow just after the certificate of the interpreter? Yes, it is correct.
Nou, hier die verskillende posisies van al die mense wat in die kantoor was uitgespel, waar het Sergeant Bongani plaasgeneem in die kantoor?
You've already indicated the different positions where the different people sat in the office. Where did Sergeant Bongani, where was he? uSergeant Bongani yena manje ngoba usushilo ukuthi abanye labo behlezi kuphi nendawo kule office leli uMbongani yena wayekuphi nendawo.
Hy het gestaan aan die regterkant, aan my regterkant langs die tafel, terwyl hy vir my sy besonderhede gegee het en die aanstellingssertifikaat getoon het.
He stood on my right, stood on the right, that is now on my right side, that is now off the table, whilst he produced his documents as well as his appointment certificate to me. Umukhane yena ke wayeme kuhlangothi la ngakwesokudla ke letafula noma kuhlangothi la ngasokudla la engangihlezi khona ke ngalenkathi enginikeza ke i-certificate leso ke esikhombisayo ukuthi ngempela uyiphoyisa nokuthi uqale nokuthi abe yiphoyisa.
Ja.
Ek het aan hom ook dieselfde versoek gerig dat die persone wat van Ekurhuleni daar was, hulle aanstellingssertifikate, afskrifte moet voorsien sodat daar genotuleer kan word wie almal teenwoordig was.
I then made the same request to him that the Ekurhuleni Metro Police officers that were there, that copies be made of their appointment certificates so that it can be noted as to who was present there. Ngase ngenza leso sicelo nakuyena ke ukuthi labo be Metro Police noma Ekurhuleni Metro Police ababe khona lapho ukuthi nabo ke kwenziwe amakhophi awo ama-appointment certificates abo ukuthi ke kuzobonakala ke noma ke kuzobhalwa ukuthi obani ababe khona lapho ngalelo langa.
Daar is aan my aangetoon dat al die beamptes die gang verlaat het.
It was indicated to me, or it was brought to my attention, that all the officers had left the passage. Ngase ngitshelwa ke ukuthi bonke ke lapho ke abasekho ke manje sebesukile ke lapho e-passage.
Hoeveel beamptes was daar, min of meer?
How many officers were there, more or less? Babe bangaki ke ama-officer aye lapho.
Ek het nie getel presies hoeveel daar was nie, maar daar was 'n sterk teenwoordigheid van ongeveer ten minste 8.
I didn't count as to how many, but there was this strong contingent of that was there of more or less or roughly about 8. Angaze ke noma angibabalanga ke kodwa ke babe baningi ke ababe lapho engathi nje kwakungaba u8.
Ek het nie weer die kantoor op daai stadium verlaat nie en sou ook dus nie kon sê of hulle wel die gang verlaat het nie.
I didn't leave the office again thereafter, so I couldn't confirm as to whether indeed they had left the passage. Angiphumanga ke lapho futhi noma ke kulelo office futhi ngakho ke ngangeke ngisho ukuthi ngempela ke babe sebehambile noma cha.
Sergeant Bongani het vir my meegedeel dat slegs 2 beamptes buite die kantoordeur sal wees en hulle aanstellingssertifikate, afskrifte daarvan is aan my verskaf wat aangeheg is tot die konfessie later as B en C.
Sergeant Bongani then informed me that only 2 officers would be present outside the door, and their copies of their appointment certificates were then provided to me, which are attached here as annexure B and C. Wase engitshela ke uMogani ukuthi babili kuphela ke abazosala ke abazoma ngaphandle ke eminyango bona ke ama copy ke certificate zabo ke zokuqashwa uzonikeza akhona ke lana uB kanye no C.
Kan u weer eens het hoofde van bevestig hier net hulle name op record plaas?
Can you just put their names on records?
Die een beampte is meneer Liesering.
The one,
wie ek vroeër gepraat het in die gang.
The one officer is Mr. Liesering, the one that I spoke to earlier on in the passage.
En die ander beampte is meneer Jonathan.
And the other officer is Mr. Jonathan. Sorry, uchaza ke amagama alaba bawu2 athi babeme ngaphandle ke Mr. Liesering akhulumile ngaye ngaphambilini kanye no Mr. Jonathan. Ibona ka babeme ngaphandle ke eminyango.
Ja, u kan voortgaan.
Nadat Sergeant Bongani al die relevante inligting aan my verskaf het wat benodig is om die konfessie te voltooi ten opsigte van die polisiestasie en die kasnommer en sy naam en van waar hy is, het ek hom gelas om buite die kantoor te wag en die kantoor te verlaat en hy het dit gedoen en die deur is toegemaak.
After Sergeant Mokhane had then provided me with all the details, my lord, that is now the police station, the case number, his particulars, where he was coming from, I then requested him to leave the office, and the door was then closed. Emuva kokuthi ke uMokhane esenginikeze yonke ke imininingwane mayelana ke necala ke noma udaba lolu ke ukuthi libuya kuphi ipolice station imininingwane yakhe kanye futhi ne-case number ngase ngimcela ke ukuthi aphumeke emuva kwalokho isicabha savala.
In die betrokke kantoor op daai stadium was myself, die tolk, die beampte in die deposant in boeye en dan ook die persoon in die pak klere, meneer Mjiyaku.
People that were now in the office at that time, it was myself, the interpreter, the person in the handcuffs, as well as the person that was wearing the suit, Mr. Mjiyaku. Kwase kusala ke office mina utolika lona ke wayifakwa ozankosi kanye ke futhi naloyo owayegqoke isuit.
Ja, u kan voortgaan.
Ek het op 'n baie informele basis met die deposant begin praat om hom op sy gemak te stel indien daar enige probleme sou wees.
I then spoke to the deponent in a more informal way, just to let him feel to be at ease if maybe there was any issue or any problem with him. Ngase ngikhulumisana naye ke loyo ke owayena lo owayefakwe ozankosi ngendlela ke engathi kwakungaqondi noma kwangekho nje formally ke ukuthi nje uma kwakunekhona inkinga awayenayo noma eyayikhona ke ukumenza nje ukuthi ke akhululeke.
En het vasgestel.
Ekskuus, in watter taal het u met die deposant gebesig?
In which language were you now speaking to the deponent? Iliphi ulimi owukhulumisana naye ngalo?
Ek het Engels met hom gepraat en dit is getolk.
I spoke to him in English and it was interpreted. Ngakhulumisana naye ke ngesingisi noma English kwase kuhunyushwa.
Tydens hierdie gesprek het hy vir my meegedeel dat meneer Mjiyaku is sy prokureur.
And in that conversation, he informed me that Mr. Mjiyaku was his legal representative. Wase engitshela ke kuleyo nkulumo leyo ukuthi umnumzana Mjiyaku ummeli wakhe.
Hy het ook aan my meegedeel dat hy sal graag die verrigtinge wou voortsit in die teenwoordigheid van hierdie meneer Mjiyaku.
He further informed me that he would like to proceed in the presence of Mr. Mjiyaku. Wase ngitshela ke nokuthi ke angathanda ukuthi aqhubekeke uMr. Mjiyaku ekhona.
Meneer Mjiyaku het vir my sy aanstellingssertifikaat getoon en sy Fidelity Fund sertifikaat, welke nommer ek ook genotuleer het op die dokument as 04415 van 2020.
Mr. Mjiyaku produced to me his appointment certificate as well as his Fidelity Funds with the number which I noted on this document, which is 04415 of 2020. Mr. Mjiyaku ke wase engibonisa ke naye ke esakhe certificate esishoyo ukuthi ngempela ke uyasebenza noma umsebenzi wakhe wenzayo yini kanye ke nokubiza ngokuthi Fidelity Funds nale number eku04415 of 2020.
Nou hierdie aanstellingssertifikaat wat het dit behels? Wat was dit geweest?
This appointment certificate, what was it? What did it contain?
Dit het aangetoon dat hy aangestel is as 'n gekwalifiseerde prokureur.
It indicated that it is been appointed as a qualified lawyer. Leso certificate ke sasisho ke noma simvuma ke ukuthi ngempela ke uyena ummeli ke noma uqashiwe ke noma usebenza nanjengayo ummeli.
Meneer Mjiyaku het dan ook bevestig aan my dat hy wel die rasverteenwoordiger is van die betrokke persoon voor my.
Mr. Mjiyaku also then confirmed that he was indeed the legal representative of the person that was before me. Waseke Mjiyaku ngempela ke ekushoka noma ekuvuma ke lokho ukuthi ngempela ke waye uyena ummeli waloyo muntu ke owayephambi kwami.
Yes.
Ek het dan voortgegaan met die dokument en die invul daarvan, nadat die persoon in die boeie homself voorgestel het aan my as Bongani Ntanzi en ek sy betrokke besonderhede van hom afbekom het en ingevul het op die verklaring.
I then started or proceeded with the completion of this document. That was now after the person in front of me or before me introduced himself to me as Bongani Ntanzi. Now, this now the completion, then now proceeded with the completion of the document. Ngase ngiqala ke ukuthi manje ngigcwaliseke noma ngibhaleke i-document lena ke emuva kokuthi umuntu loyo ke eseyichazileke ukuthi yena noma ezithulileke kumina ukuthi uBongani Ntanzi.
Ek het begin dan voorts met bladsy 1 wat lees as volg: note details of the opponent's general appearance, mood and any noteworthy action, en het ek voortgegaan om sy kleredrag en sy optrede en houding voor my te notuleer.
Okay. I then started now with the completion of this document where now it says note details of the opponent's general appearance, mood, or any noteworthy actions. That is when now I started with now describing, that is now the person in front of me or before me, the clothing, his clothing, it's a clear drag in, as well as his conduct. Ngase ngimchaza ke manje ke ukuthi indlela ke engimbona ngayo njengoba ephambi kwami ke agqokile kanye futhi ke nendlela abonakala engayo.
Ek het hom gevra of hy enige mediese toestand of beserings wil genotuleer het, waarna hy my dan ook geantwoord het daarop. En ek het dit so genotuleer.
I asked him whether he had any medical conditions, any injuries that he would like me to note or to record, to write down, and I noted it or recorded it as such. Ngase ngimbuza ukuthi mhlambe khona ke la angaphathekile kahle ke khona ke ngosempilweni noma khona ukulimala anako yini, ngase ngibhala ke ngaleyo ndlela ke angichazela ngayo.
Goed, ons sal Antons terugkom na daardie inskrywing wat jy gemaak het.
We'll get back to that inscription which you made.
Ja, jy kan voortgaan.
Ek het voortgegaan om die dokument te volg en die vrae te vra soos wat dit uitgetik is op die proforma vorm en te notuleer wat die antwoorde was.
I then proceeded now with the form, that is now the completion of the form, and also posing the questions or putting the questions as they are on the proforma form, and noted down the answers. Ngase ngiqhubeka ukuthi ngibuzeke imibuzo ngalendlela ke ebhalwe ngayo kuyona ke le form lena nokuthi ke impendulo ke ngibhale phansi nazo.
Ekskuus, u het later u het voor gesê u het hierdie vorm bevestig hier. Dis aan die verskaf, dit was skoon gewees, wie het die vorm aan die verskaf?
Earlier on you informed the court, or you told the court that this proforma was given to you or was provided to you, and it was not completed, in other words it was a blank. Who provided you with this proforma?
Die senior landros mevrou Du Plessis.
The senior magistrate Mrs. Du Plessis. Ushilo ke ngaphambilini ukuthi iform lena ke wathi uma ke wayinikezwa futhi uma uyinikeza ke bangabhalwe lutho kuyona, ubani wakunikeza? Uthi ke senior magistrate Mrs. Du Plessis.
Het u van tevore 'n bekentenis afgeneem?
Did you previously or had you previously taken down a confession?
Dis korrek.
That is correct. Ingabe ngaphambilini lokho bakubiza ukuthi i-confession wawuke wakwenza yini, wakuthatha yini? Yebo kunjalo.
Min of meer hoeveel?
More or less how many?
Dis moeilik om te sê aangesien ek nie pertinent rekord gehou het nie, maar ek sou sê nie minder as 50 nie.
It is difficult to say, seeing that I never kept a record of that, but I would say not less than 50. Angeke ngisho ke ukuthi ke amangakanani ke ngoba ke ngangabhali phansi ke ukuthi ke ngigcine record ukuthi manga, kodwa ngingasho nje ukuthi awekho ngaphansi kuka 50.
Wil net sê dit is ten opsigte van die hele tydperk van my beroep.
I just want to make mention that is for the whole duration of working. Ngifuna ke ukusho lokho ukuthi lokho ke noma lokho 50 ngoba ngaphansi ko 50 sonke lesikhathi ngisebenza.
Nou, jullie bewijst hier, die vorm, is het een standaard vorm wat jullie gebruikt voor doeleindes van bekentenissen?
Now, this form, now Exhibit JJ, is a standard form that you use for confessions.
Hier is 'n standaardvorm wat by Boksburg gebruik word. Ander howe het hulle eie standaardvorms wat hulle gebruik, maar die inhoud is min of meer dieselfde en voldoen aan die bepalinge van die grondwet.
This form is a standard form that is used in Boksburg. Other offices have got their standard form, but the content is the same, but now it is according to the requirements of the Constitution. The form lenake iyona-ke esetshenziswa eBoksburg. Amanye amahhovisi-ke aneyawo-ke iform, kodwa lokhu okubhaliwe kuwona-ke into eyodwa futhi-ke hambisana-ke nawo umthetho asisekelo.
Ek wil net byvoeg, hierdie is 'n riglyn. Dit beteken nie dat as landros jy voel dat jy nog vrae wil byvra, jy net gebonde is aan hierdie vrae nie en kan jy verder vra solank dit genotuleer is.
I just want to further mention that this is a guideline, but it doesn't restrict you as a magistrate that you only stick to these questions that are noted here. If it is that you want to ask further questions, as long as they're just noted or recorded down. Funake ukushoka ukuthi ke yona ke iform lena ke yona ke esetshenziswayo ke noma ke ekuyi guideline, kodwa ke akusho lokho ukuthi na njengemanje wena ke uphelela nje kule mibuzo ebhaliwe lana. Uma kuukuthi khona eminye imibuzo ofisa ukuthi uyibuzeke, usengakwenza ke lokho ukuthi nje okufunekayo ukuthi nje uyibhale phansi.
Goed, kan voortgaan in die vorm behandel.
In hierdie betrokke geval het ek nie nodig geag om verdere vrae te vra buiten die vrae wat hier getik is nie, aangesien dit al die vereistes vir 'n konfessie dek.
Just a moment. Requirements cover. In this instance, my Lord, I did not see any need for me to ask any further questions, seeing that the questions that are here, that are typed here, cover all the requirements. Mina ke angisibonanga ke isidingo. Noma sibanga khona ke isidingo sokuthi ngibuzeke eminye imibuzo ke ngaphandleni kwalena ke imibuzo ekhona ke la.
Ja, ek kan voortgaan.
Nadat ek al die standaard vrae gevra het soos wat uiteengesit is in bewysstuk JJ vanaf vraag nommer 1 tot en met vraag nommer 13 en die hof en ek voortgegaan het om die konfessie af te neem nadat hy vertel het wat hy wou vertel.
Ja,
is elke bladsy insluitend die betrokke bladsy waaroor ek vandag getuig teruggetolk na hom toe deur die tolk.
After going through all the standard questions, which are from question number 1 up to question number 13, as well as taking down now the confession where he said everything that he wanted to say, including the page that I'm here to testify about. Everything or every page was then interpreted back to him. Emuva kokuthi ke sengibuze yonke ke imibuzo kusukela kuyena ke unumber 1 kwaze kwayofika ke kunumber 13 nokuthi ke sengiqalile ke nokuthi ngithathe ke iconfession ukuthi asho konke lokho ayefisa ukuthi akushoke kanye ke nale page le engizofakaza ngayo namuhla yonke into ke wase eyitolikelwa.
Die betrokke persoon wat met wie ek die onderhoud gevoer het, is sy ene meneer Bongani Ntanzi, soos aangedui is, en nadat elke bladsy en alles wat gedoen was in sy teenwoordigheid en neergeskryf is en neergepen is, vir hom teruggetolk is en hy aangedui dat hy tevrede is met dit wat genotuleer is hy versoek om iedere en elke bladsy te teken, welke hy dan ook gedoen het in my teenwoordigheid en in die teenwoordigheid van die tolk en in die teenwoordigheid van sy prokureur.
After myself and now the person with whom I had an interview, as I earlier on indicated that it was Mr. Bongani Ntanzi, every document completed and everything read back, and interpreted back to him. I then requested him, and after he had indicated that he was satisfied, then requested him to sign each and every page in my presence, in the presence of the interpreter, as well as in the presence of his legal representative, Mr. Mjiyako.
Okay.
Emuva-ke kokuthi ke konke-ke sekwenziwe-ke kubhalwe phansi yonke into-ke esetolikelwe konke-ke okulana-ke ngase ngimcela-ke kukhona mina, kukhona utolika, kukhona kanye-ke nommeli wake uMr. Mjiyako, ukuthi nasemuva kokuthi eshilo-ke futhi ukuthi wenelisekile-ke ngako konke noma ngayo yonke into, ngamcela ukuthi kasayinde ipage ngayodwa kulama page lana.
Okay, mevrou, ons sal Antons terugkeer na die daardie aspek. Kan u maar die vorm soos dit is in die record inlees?
We will get back to that. Can you then read the form as is into the record?
Polisiestasie, I will read it in English because it's English.
Begin by die hoofstuk.
Statement in terms of Section 217, Act 51 of 77. Police Station and CAS number Vosloorus 636-10-2014.
Can you read up to the end? It's fine. I'll interpret.
On the 24th of June 2020 at 14:30 and at Boksburg in the district of Ekurhuleni North, before me, Ms. V. Cronje, additional magistrate for the district, and behind closed doors I invite the department into my private office, room number 2, and in the presence of Ms. Evelyn Tsepiso Motlaping as interpreter appears Bongani Ntanzi, male, 1990-12-02.
Yeah.
Assisted by Mr. Dominic Ntokozi Mjiyako on request of, on insistence of Mr. Ntanzi. No other persons present.
Yes, just a minute. Just give the interpreter a chance.
I requested it to just read the full. I'll interpret.
Yeah. Fidelity Fund Certificate 04415 of 2020.
Lana ke le form ifundeka ngalendlela ke ukuthi istatement ke lesenziwe ke phansi kwakhe ke usection 217 is it 217-51 ka 1977 ipolice station kanye ke ne case number Vosloorus 63610-2014 ilanga ke i24 zika June 2020 isikhathi u2:30 emini 14:30 enkantolo ke yase Boksburg Ekurhuleni phambi kwami uMiss V Cronje magistrate futhi ke kuyinkantolo noma ke kuyihhovisi elivaliwe ngase ke ngibiza ke loyo ke engangizokhulumisana naye ke kuyihhovisi lami eli private room number 2 kukhona ke uMiss Evelyn Tsepiso Motlaping nanje ngotolika phambi kwami ke kukhona ke uBongani Ntanzi umuntu wesilisa 1990 1202 ngilekelelwa ke uM Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako ngesicelo sakhe ke umnumzana ke umnumzana uNtanzi kanye ke nale number ibibiziwe yakhe ke uMjiyako FFC 04415-2020.
Excuse daardie gegevens 1990-12-02 waarvan dan is dit afkomstig?
Die deposant meneer Bongani Ntanzi het dit aan my verskaf.
Now those details there 1990 1202 where did you get the information from? The deponent Mr. Bongani Ntanzi provided me with those. Uyabuza kumshushisi ukuthi lokho obhale lapha yana ke u1990 1202 wakuthola kuphi uthi kumephendula ke uBongani Ntanzi uyena ke owanginikeza le mininingwane.
Yes, yeah.
The department was brought to my office by Sergeant Vusumuzi Mogwane, National Cold Case Investigation Unit, Pretoria. Note details of the department's general appearance, mood, or any noteworthy actions. It was noted that the department is confident, make good direct eye contact, He wore a blue medical face mask, long sleeve navy blue, light blue front top, Impala emblem, track suit jacket, and a blue denim. Both his hands were cuffed in front of him.
Just net 'n oombliekie. Dan is die gedeelte wat my geleerde vriend versoek het dat dit nie op rekord geplaas moet word.
That's now, just a moment, that's the part that my colleague requested record.
Okay, kan voortgaan, ekskuus.
Both hands cuffed in front of him, cuffs loose, not tight. No visible marks on face or hands.
Lana ke kusechazwa ke okanye noma ke umuntu owaletha ke yena owamletha ke kuhhovisi lami uyena uSergeant Vosloorus Mukhane othi owayichaza ke nokuthi ke ubuya ke eNational Cold Case Investigation Unit ePretoria. Chazwa ke lana indlela awayibukeka engayo noma engambona engayo ke phambi kwami ukuthi ubonakala nje enokuzethemba futhi ke nokuthi nokubhekana ke ngamehlo ke kwangasimuntu ke owabalekisayo amehlo kwakune eye contact ke efake ke imface noma ke imask la ebusweni eyayiblue ngombala egqoke ilong sleeve navy blue light blue itop ngaphambili ene emblem ke ye-Impala i-tracksuit jacket kanye ke nedenim eblue zombili ke izandla zakhe ifakwe ozankosi phambi kwakhe ke kodwa ama-cuffs aye loose ayengekho tight.
Hier ek sien dis amper 25 oor 11 is dit 'n dinstige tyd om die kort verdaging te neem op hierdie stadium.
Is vandag tot watter tyd?
15 minute.
15 minutes.
15 minute is vandag.
As the court pleases, my lord, as I mentioned at the inception of the proceedings, there is a recording of this interview, and I've received it this morning. It was mentioned to me previously, but I received it this morning. I've given it to the defense, and at this stage, the view is that we proceed with the evidence, and after her evidence, they will then go and listen to the recording overnight. But I think there's one dissent regarding that suggestion, and yeah, I just don't know how we're going to handle that. But the suggestion is that we proceed, and before cross-examination, they will then go and listen to the recording. There's the majority view.
But then the court must have sight of that.
Well, the problem is this, my lord, that some of the things that appear in the recording have been redacted, and those are the portions that should not be heard at this stage. So it will then not be possible to make a copy of everything. I think that's why the state doesn't even want to use that. I think at best it can be, and it also contains the statement itself, which at this stage, my lord, is inadmissible as it must still be proven.
Yeah, so. Fine, I hear you. But if it is quoted or referred to or cited in any of the arguments, this court has to listen or see it. How do I arrive at a finding, whichever way?
Yes.
When half the evidence is not before me.
Yes.
So it's either it's used or it's not used. But if it is used, the law is clear.
Yes, that's. We agree on DESCO. Hence, we do not want to use it at this point. But my colleagues apparently want to decide whether they are going to use it or not.
No, fine. Okay, let's go.
But as I said, the suggestion is that we proceed, and at the later stage, they'll then make a...
So when you say at a later stage, Mrs. Kronje is not going to be cross-examined if she finishes her evidence today?
No, not today, my lord. We have just checked her availability tomorrow. She did indicate that she can avail herself tomorrow. Yes.
Okay. Is it true?
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
All right, fine. Yes, let's go.
By the state that the witness should actually complete and finalize the examination in chief. A matter then is stood down until tomorrow morning.
Stood down for what?
To continue the cross-examination of the witness.
Yeah, fine. As long as it will begin
That's correct.
at some stage.
Court.
Okay.
As the court pleases, my lord, I have an objection, my lord, to that, because the information that the state has just disclosed now, my lord, it's related to the evidence of the witness who is currently testifying, and that information, my lord,
Related to the witness who
is testifying.
Yeah, fine.
Yes, my lord. That information, we have not been given the opportunity to listen to it. It has just been disclosed to us, my lord, now during break. Therefore, my reasons for objection, my lord, is that it is crucial to listen to that portion of evidence before this witness testifies.
But this witness is in the middle of a testimony.
The state decided to disclose a new evidence in the middle of the testimony, my lord.
No, but if I understand Mr. Baloyi, he says he initially did not intend to use that evidence. Am I quoting you correctly, sir?
Indeed, my lord. It was just
listen when people talk.
for the purpose of being open and transparent in the
Yeah, and it
defense.
tells you we've had this.
My lord, the state may not be intending to use it, but as a defense, also once it has been mentioned that the evidence is available,
We're entitled to it.
we're entitled at least to listen to it, my lord, so that we can be able to proper instructions whether we are on the same page with the
No,
state.
fine, I don't have a problem with it.
That we won't be using it because
We are
maybe
entitled to it because
Yes.
in terms of the case of State versus Shabalala, any information which is in the docket of the state, is it except A, B?
yes.
Hello? Is it sections A and B?
Yes.
The other
Sections A.
information should be made available.
Yeah, B and C. In
Yeah,
fact,
sorry,
yeah.
the other way around.
Yes. And this one is part A, my lord.
Yeah, fine.
Yes.
So you may use it anyhow you want it. But all I'm saying is if it's used, it must form part of the record, obviously.
Because you may find out that the defense will be using it, my lord.
Yeah,
Yes.
no problem.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm asking for that opportunity to listen to this video now, my lord.
No. This witness is still under oath and she's testifying.
Yes.
She'll testify, finish her testimony, prepared to stand down, a cross-examination, then you can listen to whatever video or opname you want to listen to. Then Ms. Kronje comes and she's cross-examined by all of you. No problem.
No, it's fine, my lord, if the order is coming from the court that I cannot listen to that video until this witness finishes.
I never said that.
Oh.
I never said that.
My apologies, my
I never said that.
My apologies, my lord.
I say you're entitled to that video.
Yes, my lord.
Yes.
Yes.
In terms of State versus Shabalala, you're entitled to it. He can't hide it away from you. But he can decide not to use it, like he says he intended not to use it. Fine.
Yes.
But this witness has been sworn in. He's in the middle of a cross-examination, of evidence. Let her finish. And thereafter we stand down her cross-examination. In the meantime, anybody who wants to listen to the video or the recording can do so. So that when the cross-examination starts, we are fortified with the information in the video and everything. What's the problem there?
My lord, my request was that I'm asking for an opportunity to listen to this video now, my lord.
Now.
Yes, my lord.
And then this witness?
This witness can stand down.
Until when?
Maybe until 2 o'clock, I think we'll be done with that video.
No. Application is refused.
As the court pleases.
Just continue, Mr. Baloyi.
As a court, please, I can also mention that the recording is 3 hours long.
That video is what?
The recording is 3 hours.
3 hours long.
Yes.
God.
Ngaphambi kokuthi umshini uqale-ke udaba lana lumayelana nale recording umshini sebeke wakhuluma ngayo ngaphambilini ethi-ke inikezile abameli ngokukhulumisana ke abameli bayacela ukuthi banikezwe ithuba ke lokuthi bayilalele ukuthi ke ufakazi abanye abameli bathi ufakazi angaqhubeka uma umbuso usuqedile ke ngaye banikezwe ithuba bahambe bayolalela base bayabuya ke bambuze imibuzo umeli ke ka-Chiefs number 5 yena uyacela ukuthi cha ufakazi angaqhubeki-ke manje alalele noma abukeke leyo video noma leyo recording leyo abe uma seqedile-ke abuye-ke ufakazi-ke noma ngo-2 kodwa-ke inkantolo ithi cha akaqhubeke-ke nanjengoba abanye abameli beshila ukuthi angaqhubeka mase kufika ithuba labo ukuthi babuze imibuzo bangabuzi kodwa bahambe bayolalela leyo recording leyo ukuthi umshushisi ithatha amahora awu-3 leyo recording.
Mevrouw Cronje, net voor die kortverdagging, ons was bij die gedeelte waar u die voorkomst van die deposant zijn gemoedstoestand op record geplaatst hebt. U kan voortgaan waar u opgehouden hebt.
Just before the short adjournment, we were on the part where you were now describing the appearance of the deponent as well as his condition. You can proceed from there.
Ek het aan die deposant gevra of hy enige mediese toestande of beserings wou rapporteer waarop hy geantwoord het I do not know or I do not want to report it.
I then asked the deponent if he had any medical condition or any injuries that he would like to report, and then yes.
I do not want to report if any medical conditions or injuries except had a heart problem and I haven't taken a bath since 16 June 2020. Dit was sy antwoord gewees.
That was his response. Lana ke uphendulile ke wathi uma ebuzwa ngokuthi unokulimala noma unaso yini isimo ke esimhluphayo ngokwezempilo wathi ke akukho ke engifuna ukusho ke mayelake nezempilo noma ke ukulimala ngaphandle nje ngokuthi ke nganginenkinga ke yezenhliziyo angaze futhi ke ngezeke noma ke ngithathe ibath ukusukela ngazo i-16 zika June 2020.
I informed the deponent that I am a magistrate and that I am not in any way involved in the investigation against him, that I do not work with the police or any other person in this case, and that he can speak freely and without fear in my presence.
Ngase ngimazisa ke ngimtshela ke ukuthi ngiwumantshi ukuthi ke ayikho ke indlela ke engibandakanyeka ngayo ke kuphenyo ke lwalo noma kuphenyo ngakuyena nokuthi futhi angisebenzisani namaphoyisa noma ke nawuphi ke umuntu okulecala leli nokuthi ke angakhuluma ngokukhululekile futhi angesabi ngikhona.
He was also informed that if necessary he will be afforded protection against any irregularities and that I will as soon as possible have any irregularities investigated by a senior police official.
Ngase ngimazisa ke noma watshelwa ke ukuthi uma ngabe isidingo sikhona ke ukuthi uzonikezwa ke ukuvikeleka noma ke uzovikelwa ke uma kukhona nje okungahambi ngendlela noma ke okungahambi kahle nokuthi ke uma nje kutholakala ke ukutholakala ukuthi kukhona nje okungahambi noma ungenziwa kahle ngizokhulumisana ke nephoyisa ke phezulu ke ngesikhundla ukuthi alikuphenye lokho.
That this is not a trial and that I am not hearing any charge against him.
Nokuthi futhi lokhu ke akusikona ukuqulwa kwecala nokuthi ke angizanga lana noma ke angikho lapho ukuthi ke ngizolalela ke ukuthweswa kwakhe icala.
He was asked, do you understand this explanation and do you accept it as correct? And his answer was yes.
Ngambuza ukuthi uyakuzwisisa yini lokhu engichazayo nokuthi ke uyakwamukela ukuthi ukuright yini noma kukahle impendulo yakhe yabe isithi ke yebo.
He was then asked, do you wish to comment or have anything to say in this regard?
Wasebuzwa ke ingaba kukhona yini ofisa ukuthi uphawule noma ke into ongayisho mayela nalokhu.
As a court, please, my lord, during the short adjournment, we further redacted the document and amongst others is the answer that follows. I'll just beg leave to hand up this document that we further redacted. We made copies for all counsel.
Uyasho kumshutshisi ukuthi ngaphambilini bekushiwo-ke ukuthi sikhona-ke izinto lezi ey'susiweke noma ey'suliweke enye yazo-ke ile mpendulo-ke bezonikezwa manje-ke manje usunikezwa-ke le copy lena-ke umehluli lena lana-ke le part lena aphendule khona-ke isuliwe khona.
And amongst others is the whole answer that follows on that question.
Kanye futhi nayo yonke-ke impendulo elandelayo kuloyo mbuzo loyo.
Mevrou Kronje from the antwoord oor te slaan.
Can I request you, Mrs. Cronje, just to skip the answer?
And
does it appear the answer now? Mr. Baloyi, are you saying the answer appears there?
On the redacted version.
On her.
Yeah, she's got the original, my lord, yes.
You didn't redact it?
No, the original, we can't redact it as it might be used perhaps at the later stage, yes.
And this reduction is with the consent of all the councils?
Yes, we
and
put
yourself. It's not an individual frolic of yours?
No. We all put our heads together.
Right.
And each made their inputs.
So it's by consent, in other words?
Yes, it's by consent. And we've made copies of such redacted version of the statement.
Okay.
Lokhu ke futhi okusuliwe-ke ukuvumelana ke phakathi komshushisi kanye nabo bonke-ke abameli bavumeleneke ukuthi-ke yini-ke le ekufanele ukuthi-ke isuliwe ngamanye amagama kuma kufundwa manje ingaveli-ke manje ukuthi impendulo waphendula wathini.
Ik kan gaan naar paragraaf 2.
Can go to paragraph 2.
Question was asked, who brought you to my office and for what reason? His answer.
Umbuzo wase uthi-ke umbuzo ubani owakuletha ehhovisi lami futhi ekulethela siphi isizathu impendulo yakhe.
Kan ek dan vra om net te lees tot waar die sin eindig met officials.
Can I just request you to just read the answer where it goes up to the officials or officials.
Sergeant Mugani, who was escorted by the Metro Police officials.
Impendulo yasithi-ke ngilethwe uSergeant Mugani owayekhashwa-ke amaphoyisa-ke noma i-Metro Police.
Then what follows thereafter, my lord, was also redacted. Kan ek vra om die sin te lees wat begin, the police told me.
Oh, okay.
The police told me to come to court to make a statement, and I also wanted to make a statement, and I am happy to make one.
Impendulo yakhe-ke ithi amaphoyisa-ke angitshela ukuthi ngize enkantolo ngizokwenza istatement. Nami-ke ngiyafuna ukwenza istatement futhi-ke ngenemeke futhi ngijabulileke futhi noma ngiyakuthokozela-ke lokho.
Excuse me, net voor u voortgaan, as ek net kan terugneem na die vorige bladsy 1.
If I can take you back to the previous page, page 1.
Daar heel onder, daar staan magistrate, deponent, interpreter. Kan u net verduidelik waarvoor staan dit?
Right at the bottom there is magistrate, deponent and interpreter, and why is that there?
Hierdie is onderaan elke bladsy gebring in die proforma vorm sodat al die partye in mekaar se teenwoordigheid elke bladsy onderteken en so het ek self dan as ook die deposant sy initials en die tolk ook haar initials aangebring op elke bladsy en die volle handtekeninge is dan aangebring op bladsy die bladsy is oorgenoem, bladsy 8.
It is brought, my lord, or it is there at the bottom of this of each page, wherein myself, the deponent, as well as the interpreter, initials, and then on page 8, the full signatures appear there on.
Hierdie aantekeninge en is eers aangebring nadat die hele konfessie gevat is en dit weer teruggetolk is en die deposant aangedui het dat hy tevrede is, waarna ons almal in mekaar se teenwoordigheid die handtekeninge op elke bladsy aangebring het soos aangedui is.
Now these signatures on page 8, my lord, were then brought about after everything, or after the confession had been taken, after it was interpreted back to the deponent, after the deponent had indicated that he was satisfied with that which is contained, then each and every one of us then signed on this page. Sorry.
In each other's presence.
Or in each other's presence, and yeah.
Goed, ik kan teruggaan naar waar ons opgehou het.
Can then go back.
Vraag 3 is nie aan hom gestel nie, aangesien dit nie van toepassing was in hierdie geval nie, en net betrekking het op 'n deposant wat minderjarig was, wat nie die geval was nie.
Question 3 was not put to him, saying that it was not applicable in this instance. It is only applicable to someone who is a minor. Page 3, sorry ke umbuzo wesithathu ke wona ke awubuzwanga ke wona ke ngoba ke umbuzo obuzwa kumuntu iminyaka yakhe noma ke oseneminyaka ke noma umuntu okufanele ukuthi amelwe umzali kodwa hayi umuntu osekhulile.
Ten spyte daarvan dat hy prokureur teenwoordig gehad het, het ek voortgegaan met vraag nommer 4 op bladsy 3.
As much as he had a lawyer, a legal representative present, I then went on and asked him question number 4, which is on page 3. Sorry. I just interpret the previous with regards to the statement. Khona nje engikushiyelele ngaphambilini lana ke ku page nganye ke la enzansi khona la kubhalwe khona magistrate lona ke futhi owenza istatement kanye notolika lapha khona ke bengasayini kodwa nje bekubekwa ama initials kodwa ke uma esechaza ke uthi lapha ku page 8 yila khona ke kunama signature onke noma ke uma sithi ke onke ukhuluma awakhe akatolika kanye ke naloyo obenikeza ke ngestatement lokho kwenzeka emuva kokuthi ke i-confession isibhaliwe phansi yatolikwe wase ke naye ke esho ukuthi wanelisekileke yiloko okubhaliwe yiloko okutolikiwe wonke umuntu wasayinda futhi umuntu ngamunye usayinda omunye ekhona.
Daar net bo paragraaf 4 is daar 'n datumstempel en so ook op elke bladsy.
Just above question 4 there is a date stamp and also with regards to each and every page.
Kan u net verduidelik hoekom is dit aangebring?
Can you just indicate as to why it is brought on?
Hierdie datumstempel het ek self persoonlik aangebring by die deurhaal van stukke wat nie van toepassing is nie waar ek geteken het en waar ek geparafeer het sodat dit net 'n aanduiding is van dat dit ek is wat dit gedoen het en die datum is waarop dit gedoen is.
The date stamp was brought on by myself, my lord, where in instances where it was not applicable, all the questions were not applicable, I then initialed and then put on the date stamp. Istamp lesike as buzayo ke mtshutshisi mina ke ngasibeka la khona ke imibuzo khona ke eyayingenalutho la kwenza ke mayelana nemibuzo mina ke ngangiyibuza ngangibeka istamp bese ke ngifaka ke ama initials.
Dis in die teenwoordigheid van al die partye gedoen.
That was done in the presence of all the parties kwenzeka lokho ke wonke umuntu ekhona.
Yes. En net voor u voortgaan u het op 'n stadium genoem dat u rekenaar reggestel het toe u met die verrigtinge begin het.
That's correct.
You earlier on mentioned that you switched on your laptop just before you started with the proceedings. Yes, that is correct. Ushilo ngaphambilini ukuthi ke use uvula ke i-laptop yakho ngaphambilini kokuthi uqale. Yebo kuyiqiniso.
Was hierdie verrigtinge opgeneem?
With these proceedings recorded.
Dis correct.
That is correct. Yebo ke ufuna ukwazi ukuthi lokho kwakwenzeka kwa recordwa yini?
Yebo kunjalo. Die omstandighede verduidelik?
Can you then explain the circumstances? Ngachaza ke isimo.
En wanneer die opname begin het?
And when the recording started, nokuthi kwaqala nini ke ukwenziwa i-recording?
Hierdie betrokke opname het begin voordat ek begin het met die inskryf van die inligting van hierdie betrokke vorm?
This recording started just before I commenced with the completion of this form. Ukurekhoda lokho ke kwaqala ngaphambilini kokuthi mina ngiqale ukuthi ngibhale kuyona iform. Yeah.
Die rede vir die opname is basies dat dit praktyk by my is as ek enige werk verrig in 'n kantoor en nie in die hof waar daar 'n formele opname is of gemaak kan word nie. Dan neem ek die verrigtinge in die kantoor op.
The reason for that, my lord, is that it is just practice to me that when I am doing work in an office environment, unlike in court where there is a recording, then I do my recording, my lord, when I'm doing it in the office. Ukuthi ke mina ke indlela ke ngenza ngayo noma engisebenza ngayo ukuthi uma ngisebenza ke ehhovisi ngenze ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke i-recording ngoba ke uma ngingekho enkantolo ngoba enkantolo ke ikhona i-recording yakhona.
Dis meer 'n persoonlike keuse.
It is more a personal choice.
En ook vir my eie veiligheid.
And also for my own safety. Into ke mina ke ngayikhethela yona ke nokuvikeleka ke ngakuhlangothi ke lwami.
Was hierdie opname bedoel vir amptelike gebruik doeleindes?
Was this recording meant for official purposes? No. Ingaba lokho ke kwakwenzela noma le recording leyona ke yayenzelwe ukuthi ke izosetshenziswa noma ke official athi cha.
En was die partye ingelig dat daar opname gemaak word van die verrigtinge?
Were the parties informed that they were going to be recording of the proceedings?
Nee.
No. Abazange batshelwe ke labo ababekhona ke ukuthi ke lokho okwenziwayo ke ukuthi kuya recordwa.
Excuse ja, ek kan voortgaan nie was by paragraaf 4.
May proceed, you were in paragraph 4.
Op bladsy 3.
Page 3.
I informed the deponent that any person who is in custody or has been arrested or any charge has the right to A. Be assisted by a legal representative of his choice. B. That if he cannot afford the services of a private legal representative, he has the right to apply to the Legal Aid Board for assistance, and that if he qualifies, the Legal Aid Board will supply an attorney free of charge, and C. That he is entitled to seek legal advice before making any statement to me.
Question 4 ke uthi ngase ngimchazela ke ukuthi nawuphi ke umuntu oboshiweke noma ovalelwe unelungelo ke noma kuyiliphi ke icala alithwesayo unelungelo lokuthi alekelelwe ummeli okhethwe uyena nokuthi uma kuukuthi ke angeke akwazike ukuthi akhokheleke ummeli oyimele ukuthi ke unelungelo lokuthi ke afakeke isicelo kuyona iLegal Aid Board ukuthi ke imlekelele nokuthi uma kuukuthi ke utholakala ukuthi ke ukwisimo sokuthi angalekelelwe legal aid noma uyaqualifya ukuthi iLegal Aid Board ke izobe isimnikeza ke ummeli simahla ke engeke amkhokhele nokuthi ke unelungelo lokuthi ke aceleke noma izeluleko ke ngezomthetho ngaphambilini kokuthi enze istatement kumina.
His answer is I understand.
Wasephendula ke ethi ngiyazwisisa.
Do you have a legal representative or do you wish to apply to a Legal Aid Board for assistance? And if so, do you wish to consult with him before making any statements to me? His answer, Mr. Mjiaku is my attorney.
Mbuzo landelayo ke unayo yini ummeli onayo noma ke ufisa ukuthi wenze isicelo kuyona iLegal Aid Board ukuthi ke ikulekelele noma ukuthi uma kunjalo ke ufisa ukuthi ukhulumisane noma uconsult naye yini ngaphambilini kokuthi wenze istatement kumina. Impendulo yakhe yathi ke umnumzana uMjiyako noma uMr Mjiyako uyena owummeli wami.
I cautioned the deponent that he is under no obligation whatsoever to make a statement, and that if he chooses to do so, it will be reduced to writing as he speaks and may later be used against him as evidence in court. The deponent is asked if he understands this explanation, and his answer was yes.
Ngase ngimexwayisa ke ukuthi akaphoqelekile nangayiphi indlela ukuthi enze istatement noma uma kuukuthi ke ukhetha ukuthi enze kanjalo ukuthi lokho akushoyo ke kuzobhalwa phansi noma kuzobhala phansi ke nanjengoba ekhuluma ekungathi kamuva ke kusetshenziswe nanjengobufakazi enkantolo. Wase ebuzwa ke ukuthi uyakuzwa yini lokho ngichazayo impendulo yakhe yathi yebo.
Question was asked, do you still wish to make a statement notwithstanding the fact that it may be used as evidence against you? His answer is yes.
Umbuzo landelayo ke usafisa yini noma usafuna yini ukuthi ke wenze istatement ke sengishilo ke kuwena ukuthi kungasetshenziswa nanjengobufakazi yasithi impendulo yakhe yebo.
I informed the deponent that he has the right to remain silent and that nobody can force him to make a statement, and that if he chooses to make a statement, nobody can force him to divulge any self-incriminating information. His answer, I understand.
Ngase ngimazisa ke ukuthi unelungelo lokuthula ke angasho lutho nokuthi akekho umuntu ongamphoqa ukuthi enze istatement nokuthi uma kuukuthi ke unquma ke ukuthi asenze istatement akekho umuntu ongamphoqa ukuthi akhulumeke into ezombophezela yena ke noma into ezofaka yena ke kulokho azobe ekusho. Impendulo yakhe yathi ke ngiyezwa.
Do you wish to remain silent or do you wish to continue to make a statement? His answer, I want to continue to make a statement.
Ingabe ufisa ukuthula ungasho lutho noma ufisa noma ufuna ukuqhubeka wenze istatement? Impendulo yakhe ke yathi ngifuna ukuqhubeka ngenze istatement.
Have you used any product that contains alcohol or any drug with a narcotic effect in the last 24 hours? His answer, no.
Ingaba kulamahora awu-24 andlule wayebuzwa ke ngaleso sikhathi ukuthi sikhona yini isidakamizwa sisebenzisile noma ke iproduct enotshwala ke ngaphakathi kulamahora awu-24 andlule. Impendulo yakhe yathi cha.
From the above mentioned questions and answers, it appears to me that the deponent is in his sane and sober senses, and it was required then to indicate whether the deponent appears to be nervous, anxious, relaxed, tearful, jovial, etc., and also whether he has any special request. It was recorded that the deponent was very relaxed, he was calm, he maintained eye contact when questions were asked, first with the interpreter and then with myself. He then made a request as follows: I request a bath to contact my family and have an exchange of clothes and to call my child.
Lana ke kule mibuzo ke lena ke endlulile kanye futhi nazo ke impendulo ke kuyabukeka ke kumina ke ukuthi lona ke enhlezi naye noma engikhulumisana naye ke usemqondweni ngokuphelele kwase kuchazwa ke lana ukuthi chaza ke noma ke indlela ke abukeka ngayo ubukela ethukile yini noma nervous ubukeka relaxed epholile yini noma ubukeka enenyembezi ubukeka eneme noma ke ethokozile noma futhi sikhona ke isicelo anaso lana ke ngase kubhala ke ukuthi ke hayi cha ke lo muntu lona ke akatatazeli urelaxed ukham kanye futhi ke uyabhekana ke akusukuthi umuntu obalekisa ke noma ugijimisa ke amehlo wenza lento abayibiza ngesilungu ukuthi ke eye contact uma kuukuthi ke imibuzo noma ephendula imibuzo okokuqala uma ekhulumisana naye utolika okwesibili uma ekhuluma nami isicelo ke awasenza ngicela ukuthi ngigeze ukuthi ke ngixhumane nomndeni wami nokuthi futhi ngishintshe ke impahla noma ngiboleze engiyigqokile nokuthi ke ngishayele ucingo ingane yami.
I now asked the deponent to tell me in his own words how he came to be brought to my office to make the statement.
Ngase ke okulandelayo ngimbuza ke ukuthi angitshele ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani ngokusho kwakhe ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi alethwe ehhovisi lami azokwenza sona istatement lesi.
My Lord, also as far as this paragraph is concerned, certain portions have been redacted. From the lees tot waar die sin eindig met die woord death, dan die volgende twee sinne oor te slaan en te begin met die sin wat begin, I was arrested on the 16th.
Okay, sorry. Can I just request you to read up until where it ends with a death, and then skip the next two sentences and start where it says, I was arrested on the 16th.
His answer to the question, the police called me and asked me if I know of Senzo Meyiwa's death.
Lana ke impendulo yakhe ke ifundeka ngalendlela. Amaphoyisa aqhumana ke nami noma ke angishayela ke ucingo angibuza ke ukuthi ngiyazi yini mayela nokushona. Okay. Yamabhala Senzo Maye nokushona ke kwakhe uSenzo Maye.
Yeah, just spell that name as it appears there.
M-A-Y-E-W-A-S.
That was the same word. Okay. Lana ke kubhale okay. Well, amaphoyisa angishayela ucingo angibuza ukuthi ngiyazi yini mayela nokushona kwakhe ke uSenzo Meyiwa. Yeah, Senzo Meyiwa.
How would you pronounce it? Who shall it say?
I heard it as Senzo Meyiwa and I wrote it as I heard it.
Engayizwa ke mina ngendlela engayizwa ngayo ngenzwa njengo Senzo Meyiwa ngase ngibhala ngaleyo ndlela engayizwa ngayo.
Goed, you can voortgaan. I was arrested.
I was arrested on the 16th. I saw no progress.
Sorry, no, yes, you can proceed.
I didn't see or understand what was going on. I didn't understand when I was supposed to appear in court. I knew I was arrested. If one is arrested, they have to appear in court. I decided to come to court. I called my attorney and told him I wanted to come to court.
Lana ke ngaboshwa noma elandelayo ke ngaboshwa ziwu16 ngase ngibona ke kungenanqubekela phambili ngangasazi ke noma ke nginga-understand ukuthi ke kwenzekani ukuthi kwangani ke ukuthi ngingaveli ke enkantolo ngangazi ke ukuthi noma kuyinto engiyaziyo ukuthi uma kuwukuthi umuntu uboshiwe lo muntu lo kufanele ke ukuthi ayovela ke phambi kwemantshi noma kavele ke enkantolo ngase ngithatha isinqumo ke sokuthi ngize enkantolo ngashayela ke ummeli wami ngamtshela ukuthi ngifuna ukuza enkantolo.
The following questions are now put to the department. Do you have any injuries or bruises of any kind? If so, please show them to me if it is possible for you to do so.
Yile mibuzo elandelayo ke ase eyibuzwa ke ukuthi unayo yini imihuzuko onayo noma ke ukulimala noma ke kwayiphi ke indlela uma ke kunjalo ngicela ke ungitshengise noma ungikhombise ke uma kukwazi ke ukuthi kwenzeke lokho.
Answer: no, except old injuries sustained while I worked underground, the one I got when I was very young and the one I got when I was very young.
Wase ephendula ke ethi cha ngaphandle nje kokuthi ke ngalimala ke noma ke amanxeba ke amadala engawathola ke nkathi ke ngangisebenza ke ngaphansi ke egodini elinye futhi ke ngalithola ke ngisemncane.
Who inflicted these injuries on you and how were it and where did it happen? It was repeated and I then referred to paragraph A.
Ukuthi ubani ke owakulimaza nokuthi ke kwenzeka kanjani noma kwenzeka kuphi ke wase ephinda ke lempendulo ke ebesenikeziwe ngapha ingakho ke lana ngishilo ke ukuthi ke ebheka ke ku paragraph A.
I reported and recorded my observation and it was recorded in brackets: no noticeable recent injuries, a scar healed on the right side forehead, allegedly sustained when he was very young.
ngase ngibhala phansi ke lokho engikubonayo ke noma ke uma ngimbuka ke ukuthi ke awekho ke amanxeba ke abonakalayo ke noma ke kunesika esikhona ke kuhlangothi la ngaku right ke ekhanda futhi ke kubonakala ukuthi ke sesipholile ke nokuthi nokusho ukuthi ngathola ke ngisemncane noma ke lokho kulimala ngakuthola ngisemncane.
It was then instructed as per this former to note the particulars of any visible injuries and to ask the department if it agrees with what has been recorded. The court, myself, recorded 2 scars, injuries on the right side of the forehead and a small scar above the left brow, both already healed. The second scar was pointed out by him during this process.
Lana ke ile form ke iyachazela ke ukuthi uma ke kuloko kubonayo ke uma kukhona ukulimala okubonakalayo okubonayo ke wena ke nokuthi ke umbuzeke ukuthi uyavumelana yini nalokho okubhaliwe. Ngibhale lana ke ika ezimbili esoqala ke kuhlangothi langaku right ke la esiphongweni kanye futhi ke nesika esincane nje ngaphezulu lana ke kwehlo noma ke kweshiya ke lona ke leso sika sona sakhonjwa uyena ke kuyena ke le process uyena wangikhombisa sona.
The department's comments, yes, both sustained as a small child when my grandmother tried to hit a chicken and the blow landed on my forehead.
Lana ke inga ukuchaza kwakhe ke noma ke uma yena ke sengichazela ukuthi yebo ke zoyimbili ke ngalimala ke ngisemncane ila khona ke ugogo wami ke wayizama ke ukuthi ashaye inkukhu kodwa ngeshwa ke wase eshaya mina.
He was asked, did the police or any other person assault or threaten you to make this statement? Answer, no, not at all.
Umbuzo landelayo ke ngama amaphoyisa noma nje noma uyimuphi umuntu ke owakushaya noma owakusabisa ke ukuthi wenze le statement cha naka lutho nje.
Did anyone influence you to make this statement? Answer, no, I decided on my own.
Ingabe ukhona yini umuntu owaba nomthelela ukuthi wena uzokwenza lesi statement lesi cha isinqumo engayithathela mina?
Did anyone encourage you to make the statement? Answer, no.
Khona yini owakugqugquzela ukuthi wenze le statement cha?
Were any promises made to you to persuade you to make the statement? Answer, no.
Ngaba ikhona yini izithembiso ezenziwa kuwena ukuthi ke noma ke ukugqugquzela ukuthi ke wenze statement lesi? Impendulo yathi cha.
Do you expect to derive any benefits from making the statement? Answer, no, not at all.
Ngaba kukhona yini ofisa ukuthi ukuzuze noma ukuthole ngokwenza lesi statement? Impendulo yathi cha.
The department is now informed that he cannot expect any benefits whatsoever from making the statement. The importance of this aspect is now stressed to him, and he's asked whether he understands this. His answer, yes, I understand, and I was never promised anything.
Lana ke useyachazelwa ke manje ukuthi ke ungalindeli lutho ke noma ungalindeli ke ukuzuza noma ukuthola noma yini ke ngokwenza sona ke lesi statement futhi ke nokubaluleka ke kwalokhu kuyagcizelelwa ke manje ukuthi ke akuzwe noma ke ukuthi uyabuza ukuthi uyakuzwisisa yini lokho. Yebo ngiyakuzwa futhi ke angikaze ngithenjiswe lutho.
Seeing that you can't expect any benefits from making the statement, do you still wish to continue to make the statement? Answer, yes.
Nanjengoba ke manje ke swazike noma ke ukuthi ke akukho nje inzuzo noma ke ongayilindela ke ukuthi ukukhona ongakuthola, usafisa yini ukuthi uqhubeke wenze le statement? Impendulo yathi yebo.
Have you made a similar statement previously? And if so, when and to who? Answer, no.
Ingabe sikhona yini istatement salolu hlobo noma esikanjena ke osenzileke ngaphambilini uma kuukuthi kunjalo kubani wase ethi ke cha asikho?
You have now told me that you were not influenced, encouraged, assaulted or threatened to make the statement. and that no promises were made to you in order to persuade you to do so. I wish to once again ask you to take me into your confidence, and tell me if, in your opinion, anything irregular has been said or done to influence you to make a statement. I undertake to ensure that your allegations are immediately and properly followed up and attended to. Answer: no, nothing of that sort.
Manje usungitshelile-ke ukuthi-ke akaze kube nomuntu onomthelela, awukazi ugqugquzelwe, ushaywe noma usatshiswe ukuthi wenze le statement lesi, nokuthi-ke azikho iy'thembiso ezenziwe kuwena ukuthi-ke wenze noma-ke ukushintsha-ke umqondo ukuthi wenze kanjalo. Ngifisa-ke manje-ke futhi-ke ukuthi ngikubuze noma ngikutsheleke ukuthi ngicela ungethembeke noma ungitshele ukuthi ngovo lwakho kukhona yini into engahambanga ngendlela noma engenziwanga ngendlela noma-ke eshiwo kuwena ekwenzile ukuthi-ke kube nomthelela ukuthi uzokwenza le statement lesi. Ngiyakuthembisa-ke ukuthi iy'nsolo zakho zothi zilandelweke futhi-ke zinakwe. Cha, akukho nje ayikho nje into ekanjalo.
Do you understand everything that I have explained to you, or is there anything that I need to explain again? Answer: I understood very well.
Ingabe uyakuzwisisa, uyakuzwa konke engichazele kodwa noma kukhona ofisa ukuthi ngichaze futhi? Impendulo yathi-ke ngikuzwe kahle.
The deponent then made a statement.
Wase-ke manje enza-ke istatement sakhe.
Yes, you can proceed. Read the rest of the...
The deponent made his statement, which was attached hereto as Annexure A. The statement is reduced to writing as he speaks and is written down in the deponent's own words. The statement consists of 6 pages marked 1 to 6. Each of these pages must also be signed by the magistrate, deponent, and interpreter, which was done in each other's presence.
Manje-ke useyasenza-ke istatement sakhe sikhona-ke esihlanganisiwe-ke lana esiwu-Annexure A. Istatement leso-ke senziwa-ke ku-page entsha, futhi-ke sibhalwa phansi-ke nanjengoba ekhuluma, futhi-ke kubhalwa amazwi akhe-ke lawo awashoyo. Le statement lesi-ke sinama-page awu-6 aphawuleke ku-page 1 kuyofika-ke ku-6 ukuthi i-page ngayodwa-ke kufanele isayindwe-ke umagistrate loyo-ke owenza istatement kanye notolika.
Now questions are asked, except such questions as are necessary to clarify aspects of the statement which are unclear. Such questions, if any, and the answers thereto are clearly indicated as such. The statement is made in Zulu language and interpreted into English by the interpreter.
Ayikho-ke imibuzo ebuzwayo-ke ngaphandle nje kwemibuzo la ekungacacile khona-ke ecalwa-ke ukuthi-ke achazwe noma acaciseke uma kukhona nje ongazwisisi kahle. Imibuzo enjalo-ke uma ngabe ikhona-ke kanye ney'mpendulo zakhona-ke zibhalwa-ke ngaleyo ndlela-ke istatement senziwe ngesiZulu sabe sesiyahunyushwa-ke hunyushwa ngeSingisi noma-ke nge-English uyena utolika.
The statement is read back to the deponent and translated by the interpreter.
Istatement-ke uyasifundelwa-ke manje futhi-ke sibe sesihunyushwa-ke uyena utolika.
The deponent is asked whether he confirms the content of the statement as correct, and he answered yes.
Useyabuzwa-ke ukuthi manje-ke lokhu okubhaliwe-ke kanjalo-ke noma ku-right yini, waphendula wathi yebo.
Statement is signed by the deponent by means of his signature.
Wase uyasayinda-ke ngokuthi-ke abeke i-signature yakhe.
Statement is also signed by the interpreter and by myself.
Sisayindwa na uyena-ke utolika kanye futhi nami-ke.
The date stamp was put and the time of completion indicated as 20 minutes past 5 the afternoon.
Istempu-ke laphaya-ke sesichaza i-date-ke sibekiwe nesikhathi-ke ekwaqedwa ngaso ekwaku-20 past 5 emini.
Certificate by the interpreter was also completed and attached. and signed by all present,
Kusikhona
with reference to the interpreter, the deponent, and the magistrate.
sikhona-ke ne-certificate lapha-ke ekuyi-certificate sakhe-ke utolika sisayindwe uyena-ke umuntu umagistrate laphayana ezansi yena-ke lo wenza istatimende ubekela ama-initials wakhe kanye naye utolika.
Yes, you've already referred to the copies of the 3 police officers.
It was also attached and initialed by the interpreter and the deponent.
Kanye nalamakhophi-ke amathathu awo amaphoyisa nawo-ke abekiwe-ke noma athathiwe-ke afakiwe lana ase futhi initial uyena utolika kanye naye-ke lo wayenza
And
istatement.
I stamped these documents.
Mina-ke ngase ngibeka nje istamp kulama document.
The stamp used is a stamp that was allocated to me in person and signed out to me as magistrate.
Istamp lesi-ke istamp-ke engasinikwa-ke futhi-ke esasayindwa-ke sayindelwa kumina-ke nanjengomantshi.
Do you confirm the correctness of this document?
Correct.
Exhibit JJ.
Le document-ke ngivumelana ukuthi-ke iyiqiniso noma kuyiqiniso-ke lokhu okula.
What did you do with the document, Exhibit JJ, after the proceedings?
After the parties left the office, that includes the interpreter, the deponent, his attorney, I then handed the document to Mrs. Du Plessis.
Emuva kokuthi bese behambe bonke-ke ummeli lona-ke wenza istatement utolika ngase ngithatha-ke mina i-document lena-ke le ebengibhala kuyona-ke ngayindlulisela ku-Mrs. Du Plessis.
She then made copies for the files and handed me a copy later that week.
Wasenza-ke amakhophi-ke ayezoya-ke kwi-file wanginikeza nami-ke ikhophi kamuva-ke kulelo viki lelo.
Na afloop van die verrigting, van die afneem van die verklaring, wat het toe daarna gebeur?
Now after the proceedings, now after taking down the confession, what then happened?
Dis nou met betrekking tot die partye wat in die kantoor was.
With regards to the parties that were present in the office.
Die party het my kantoor verlaat en nadat ek alles opgepak het en ek die kantoor verlaat het, was hulle nie meer in sig in die gang gewees nie en het ek hulle nie gesien nie.
After the parties then left and after I had packed everything and I also left the office, they were not in sight anymore and I also didn't see them in the passage. Angibabonanga-ke emuva kokuthi sengiqoqe konke ngase ngiphuma-ke kulelo hhovisi lelo babe bengekho-ke nalapho kuleyo passage leyo babengekho ngaphambilini ishilo-ke futhi nokuthi-ke wase ethatha-ke le document lena wayonikeza ngayo ku-Mrs. Du Plessis owenza-ke amakhophi amanye wafaka-ke ku-file kamuva-ke kulelo viki wamnikeza naye.
En meneer Mjiako, die prokureur wat die deposant bygestaan het hy in die kantoor gebly vir die duur van die afneem van die verklaring.
Dis korrek.
Mr. Mjiako, who represented the deponent or assisted the deponent, was he in the office for the duration of the taking of the confession? That is correct. Yebo, Mr. Mjiako wayekhona ngaso sonke leso sikhathi leso i-confession lena-ke ibhalwa-ke noma ithathwa.
As ek kan vra te gaan na paragraaf 9 bladsy 4.
If I can ask you to go to paragraph 9 of page 4.
Veral die laaste gedeelte van daardie paragraaf.
The last part of that paragraph.
I decided I want to come to court. I called my attorney and told him I want to come to court. Hoe was u gekleed op die betrokke dag?
Ek self?
Ja, was u in hofklere aangekleed of in privaat klere?
How were you clad on that day? Were you in your court regalia or were you in your private clothes?
Ek het nie my toga aangehad nie. Ek was in gewone siviele drag geklee gewees.
I didn't have my robe on. I was in my normal civilian clothing. Ngangayifakileke igown noma irobe yami-ke yoba umantshi ngangigqoke nje impahla zami.
The court, please, my lord, those are the aspects that we wanted to take up with the witness in light of the discussion earlier on. May the cross-examination then stand down until tomorrow.
Of the recalling of whatever.
Court pleases, my lord.
Yes, sir.
My lord, I have an instruction to bring an application for the recalling of Colonel Mboto, who has finalized his testimony and he was cross-examined in terms of Section 167 of Act 51 of 1977.
Is it not Act? Is it not Section 166, subsection 3?
167, the recalling of
Is
the...
it 167?
That's correct, my lord.
Okay. Hello? I see.
Just
I
confirmation.
think this is the court, madam.
Yeah, just check. This section what?
It's in terms of section 167.
Oh, sir, yeah.
Run together with 186, my lord. The one, as I said before, is the court Meromoti calling the witness. The other is the defense making an application to recall the witness, but they are read together, my lord. As the court says.
Yeah, so it's 167, Mr. Mugumizulu.
That's correct, madam.
Subsection 3.
Subsection 3.
We are quoting only that.
Only that aspect.
We are reading it together with 186.
That's correct, my lord.
Right? And also what?
That is all. That will be in relation to the cross-examination of the witness on certain aspects.
Yeah, you are aware of the provisions of the law. I mean, you're a senior counsel, are you not?
I'm aware, my lord.
Right. Just to recap, Colonel Mboto has already testified. Is that not so?
That's correct, my lord.
And he has already been cross-examined. Right?
That's correct, my lord.
The law stipulates, I'm saying they must bring the decisions. It is tried that once a witness has been cross-examined, it's possible for you to make an application and forward or present cogent, plausible reasons why the witness should be recalled. In this case, Mboto has completed his evidence, in other words. The only aspect which I think you are making an application for is that he must be recalled. But you recall that he was cross-examined by an officer of this court, Attorney
Mr.
Ramusipidi.
Correct.
And the law says no two legal representatives can cross-examine a single witness. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
That's the law. But this court, in fairness to you, I'll quote you the decisions. State versus Basson, State versus Yanti, where the principle is reiterated that legal representatives who represent a single witness are not, without leave of the court, permitted to cross-examine jointly that witness. If one legal representative like you are seated here, Mr. Ramusipidi has cross-examined, that is the end of the matter, unless there are extraordinary and compelling circumstances which impel you to recall this witness. And as I understand you, it is, you want this witness to be recalled for further evidence, for further cross-examination. The way I understand the law, whatever he has testified to and whatever he was cross-examined on cannot be, as a matter of course, be repeated. Is that not so, sir?
That's so. That is correct, man.
Right. Let's quote the authorities, because people will say, hey, you Judge Lily, hey. Yeah. Let's just first read, you can do it that, Mr. Ngumuzulu. Let's first read section 167, subsection 3. Maybe start with the whole section so that for the uninitiated it flows logically.
My Lord,
No, I know you know the law, but just read it. So
may, I
that this
request, may I request my colleague
Oh,
to
yeah,
read
to read it. Yeah, fine.
for eyesight
Oh,
problems?
that's so.
Yes.
Mr. Ramasipedi. What is it?
My Lord, if I may read, Section 167 in particular refers to, and I quote, 167, the court may examine a witness or a person in attendance. That deals with when the person is recalled by a court. Should I read that, my Lord?
Yeah, read it.
Okay. The court may, at any stage of criminal proceedings, examine any person other than an accused who has been subpoenaed to attend such proceedings or who is in attendance at such proceedings, and may recall and re-examine any person, including an accused already examined at the proceedings, and the court shall examine or recall and re-examine the person concerned if the evidence appears to the court essential to the just decision of the case. And then let's go to section 186. It says, the court may subpoena a witness. The court may, at any stage of criminal proceedings, subpoena or cause to be subpoenaed any person as a witness at such proceedings, and the court shall so subpoena a witness or so cause a witness to be subpoenaed if the evidence of such a witness appears to the court essential to the just decision of the case.
Yeah, fine.
Okay, is that this?
Yeah, so if we're at idem with the law, let's just adumbrate the principle, just in case this case goes any other place. This is the case of the state versus Yanta. The citation is 2001 in brackets SACR 287. It's a judgment by Van Zyl, as he was when he was in the High Court of the Transkei. I'll just read the last sentence, paragraph, which is important in my view. Finally, a matter that requires mention relates to the procedure adopted by the magistrate at the hearing of the application for bail. The appellant was represented by two attorneys who were permitted by the magistrate to take part in the conduct of the case to the extent that they were both allowed to cross-examine each witness. Mr. Carpenter, who appeared on behalf of the state, submitted that the procedure was irregular, as I do. I agree with the submission. When an accused person has more than one legal representative, only one may then cross-examine a particular witness. C. Ferreira, Strafproces en die Leierhoeve, second edition at page 387, and see also Pretoria's cross-examination in South Africa and South African law at page 132, and see also Wigmore on evidence, volume 3, paragraph 783. The ratio against such a practice is to protect a witness from being exposed to protracted cross-examination and not to unnecessarily prolong the proceedings. Wigmore, cited at paragraph 783, explains it as follows. This tradition rests on the wise policy of protecting the witness from undue and confusing interrogation, as well as securing a system and brevity by giving the control of the interrogation to a single hand. Although the procedure adopted by the magistrate in the present case or the present matter was irregular, it did not in any way prejudice the appellant and does not affect the validity of the proceedings. Right? Hatzenbeck also, in the case of the State versus Basson, who was popularly known as Dr. Death, had this to say: he says it's in Afrikaans, exalted Modidius. On page 533, that citation is State versus Basson, 2001, 2 SACR 537. Ratzenbeck, as he was in this division, had this to say: dit word aanvaar deur die stad dat daar 'n praktykreël van Tuka se daai bestaan wat prys verhoor van een getuie deur meer as een regsverteenwoordiger van 'n besondere litigant verbied is. It's not allowed. Die argument is egter dat 'n buitengewone omstandighede die hof 'n diskresie het om af te wyk van die reël en dat hierdie sake omstandighede is. Ek moet aantoon dat die verdediging wat die aansoek teenstaan toegee dat die hof en so 'n diskresie het, maar aangevoer dat in hierdie geval die hof nie behoort af te wyk van die reël nie. Volgens Wigmo en Evidence, derde volume, bladsy 783, en die bogemelde reël gebaseer op 'n wyse beleid om getuies te beskerm van onnodige en verwarrende tuisondervraging en om 'n kort en kragtenstelsel te versigtig en verstig. Die reël is 'n ononthoofde gevolg. Nie een van die advokate kon 'n geval uitwees waaronder normale omstandighede daardie reël afgewyk is nie. Ja, he says, not in South Africa. Once a witness has been cross-examined by one of the attorneys or advocates representing an accused person. Once that cross-examination has been done by, for instance, Mr. Mgomezulu, Mr. Ramusipidi, he is not entitled as of right to do that because, as they say, cross-examination, although it is a right encapsulated in section 35(3) of the Constitution, it is not an absolute right. But me, being fair, I'm going to do like Basson in this case, where he allowed two sets of advocates to cross-examine because the charges were voluminous. And so he was justifiably entitled to use his discretion to advance the completion of the case like I'm doing. I'm going to relax that rule and with the proviso that what has been discussed and cross-examined by your colleague, Ramusipidi, is not to be done.